Hello, dear ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the fourth round of FIDE candidates, and here we are, a little bit Paehtz, multiple times German champion, one of the best female players in the world, and me, just a regular grandmaster, one of a couple thousand in the world, Daniil Yuffa. Will be entertaining you today, as well as the participants of FIDE candidates in Madrid 2022, 21st of June round 4. Let's go.
So today, what pairings do we actually have, and
Uh,
what predictions will you have? Yet, um,
Teimour. Yeah, we will ask the broadcast team to show
so
of the pairings on the screen.
yes, Duda Rapport, did they play yet?
I think not yet. I know, sorry, they played the first round.
They played the first one. No, it's Ding Liren against Caruana, which we already mentioned was something very crucial
Hmm.
in terms of favorites, as both of them were like regarded to be one of the most favorable like players to win the tournament, at least according to Carlsen. And it's yes, it's Duda against Radjabov, right?
I'll tell you. Duda plays against Rapport. No, pardon me. Yeah, Radjabov, you're right, because I saw only the
Radjabov.
first two letters. They're the same. Duda plays against Radjabov, and Ding Liren plays against Fabiano Caruana. And I would like to remind you that it's been almost a turning point for Ding Liren when he won his game against Fabiano Caruana in previous candidates. They had a very exciting battle in D takes C4 for smooth Slav defense, where Caruana came up with a novelty playing E6, E5, sacrificing a pawn almost for nothing, which it seemed to us for first sight. So I would expect Ding trying to come back as he already done once in his life in Lost Candidates Tournament 2022. We're about to get the most. It's only 4 minutes remaining. Mm, what are your predictions? I remember we've been betting like not on money, so you're not
Mm,
risking. Anyhow, you can share
well,
your predictions with the audience as well.
okay, usually like Germans don't take risks. That's not in their
Yeah,
mentality. But for today's pairing, actually, I expect a result in diplomacy against Firouzja, to be honest, because those players are like very like compromiseless players, so they would be quite sharp. It's likely to have a result there.
mhm.
Ding Liren, if he wants to have a chance to still win the candidates, okay, still like 11 rounds to go, but it's already like, passing the first quarter of the tournament means he should at least equalize his score to get back to 50%. So then in the second, third, and last half to gain some pluses, because probably like what you think, who will win the tournament in terms of scores? How much plus does the person needs?
It can easily be +2, because in that kind of tense tournaments, just two consecutive wins can turn it around very, very easily. I remember 2016 candidates in Moscow where Karakin won the last game against Caruana, and they've been sharing the first place with Caruana. But Caruana, according to I think Zonneborg Berger, coefficient was in a must-win situation with black pieces. So it would be a very it it would be a pity sharing the first place, mm, scoring +2 both Karyakin and Caruana, but Caruana will be out of the boat for the championship match. So he was in a must-win situation having +2 already with black pieces against Karyakin. So I think uh, the candidates tournament rules have changed.
In terms of
I
tiebreak, you
th-
mean like when we have a level score?
I think so.
So that means like if you have a level score, they will play in playoff, or it's about their personal result against each other or the number of wins.
Th-
That's the
I
usual
think
thing.
that's a good question to clarify. I think we should figure it out and provide you with the more detailed information.
Because since they changed like lately so much about the regulations, I lost, to be honest, the track. I know how it was before. I think before the personal result actually counted, if I'm
Mhm.
not mistaken, in the previous candidates. But I know that there had been a lot of rule changes, also like with the time control here. It's very unusual if you compare the time control with previous events where there is no increment up till move 40. And for this reason, I'm already afraid to give some insights about the rules because since they had been changing a lot, and I just got because of you the change in the time control. I'm sure there might be a change in the tie breaks in terms of equal score as well.
Yeah, probably it could be changed. I agree. But well, I think if you ask me about the score of the winner of the tournament, with such level of density of the games, I would rather say +2 than +3.
Was it Nepomniachtchi who won it with +4 even? Can that be?
Unlikely. I think it's unlikely because he probably had +3. He won 4 games and lost one. He lost one against Maxim Vashilagraf, winning one against Giri, one against Alexeyenko, one against, I think, Wan Hao, and probably one against Ding Liren.
I have to be honest, like I don't remember
I think he had
all the
+3,
games
yeah.
because they were interrupted by
Yeah, yeah.
almost a year. That's why it's a little bit more difficult to keep those things in mind. So we have some moves
Yeah,
now.
sorry.
And
I think we have Duda against Radjabov. We've started with Duda against Radjabov, and on the board in the right angle, we have Nepomniachtchi against Firouzja. I will try to switch to Nepomniachtchi against Firouzja because at least possible neither seems to be more entertaining than it is neither. Here we're gonna have a bloody battle there. So we're
uh,
switching to Nepomniachtchi against Firouzja.
yes, this was expected to be the most entertaining game, as you said.
Hmm.
But I believe since they both have a quite dynamic style and Naidov already underlines that it's likely, okay, depending now on Nepomniachtchi's next move, because, okay, Naidov usually is an opening where you can expect a lot of wild lines, but also a lot of positional lines. So it depends pretty much on the choice. If it's bishop g5, we can expect something
Hmm.
wild. For example, if
Yeah,
it's bishop e2, we can expect likely something positional. So it really depends on White's choice here.
but f3 is the move.
And now actually we can meet
Is
either way.
is, is it called English attack, like f3 line and knight off?
Yes, I think it's usually the English attack. And the difference between f3 and bishop e3 is very simple to explain. If you start with bishop e3, with the same idea of, well, getting at some point f3, queen d2, there is a knight g4 line.
Yeah, it leads to an absolutely different position. So I think this is the line, the most popular line nowadays, while bishop h4 was rather popular before. So I think it's been Grishuk against Nakamura.
Yes, okay, this line actually is quite positionally based in a way with knight g4, can be tactical too, but black in this case would play on the black squares.
Mhm.
f3 is a good way to just avoid learning too much. The only drawback about f3 immediately is that sometimes when white plays with bishop e3 and long castle, he may go for f4 instead of f3.
Mhm.
So with f3 already he reduced himself to the setup. And we have seen actually already this opening in this tournament. If I'm not mistaken, it was not long ago, maybe 1 or 2 days, we had some English attack.
In-
Or am I confusing us with h5? It was Caruana against Duda.
Yes, it was h5, so he prevented the direct g2 g4 English attack. I think h4. I mean h5 here instead of bishop e7 is probably a little bit more popular, but bishop e7 is also a move.
Yes, here important in this position is to be accurate and don't go for g4. That would be a serious error. Queen d2 is a right move.
Mhm.
But if you go for g4, then after d5, black already is more than fine.
So you mean after d5 g5 we play d4, do we?
Yes.
Yeah, so we are just in time to protect the pawn. Like after capturing f6 we can capture with the bishop and still the double attack is the issue, and it's not that pleasant to play this one with white because also bishop h4 is hanging after the capture of the knight on c3. Oh,
Yes, so that's what
you're right. Queen d2 is an important inclusion instead of d4. But let's say if we still do want to simplify the things in the center, can we try d5?
I think here actually, if I'm not mistaken, white should take because I don't see an alternative. And then you take, and I think I will take again.
Hmm.
I take everything and go for long castle and have some and then knight c5 stuff going on. And I think this can be the reason why black wouldn't like to go for that.
Yeah, that's not a good moment to simplify, like breaking through with d5, which is a very like, common way to equalize in Sicilian, especially in Najdorf.
Yes, and this is the reason why here d5 is premature.
Hmm.
And here actually black can still try to trick white by going for short castle because once again g4 would not be a good move as to d5.
Hmm.
But I guess here in the game after g4, do we have some?
I
We have knight.
I think this is the line. I mean, it's been played so many times. So
Mhm.
g5,
Knight
I think
h5.
knight h5, knight d5, bishop has to take, white has to take with
Knight
the pawn.
d5 is not the only move here, actually. Like
It's not?
here in this position is rook g1, a3, king b1, and knight d5.
Hmm.
The other main line is instead of knight h5, black can
Like
also go
b4.
b4. But if I'm not mistaken, then after g takes f6, b takes c3, queen takes c3, and now knight takes f6, followed by, if I'm not mistaken, knight c5 or stuff like this. This is supposed to be more pleasant for white, and for this reason, nowadays the move knight h5 is more popular.
Wow, I didn't know this particular line because I've been convinced that after g5 b4, I think two very strong youngsters back to 2007 played this position. They were,
Can also be, that's also a move, of course, yes.
yeah, so, and I think I'm trying to recall the line. So it becomes literally double-edged, but I think white is slightly better in the end of the line. So it's like king b1, no, pardon me, or we start with f4, like f4, a5, f5. I think it's still like a4, or can we?
It could be, but okay, like here I'm not familiar with because
I
such openings or such lines are not good for my heart rate. So I usually skip them.
Well, but it's not the case for me. I do like this a bit crazy stuff. Well, but I'm still sleeping. I can't recall what would we do after f5.
Mhm.
Maybe we take on b3, play a4.
That could be actually something reasonable.
It's like thinking
King B1,
b1. Let's say we
you
take. White
take, and
takes.
queen A5.
Queen a5 for some knight move to c7. I don't remember exactly, but that's an issue. And also, I remember that there is a threat of taking on g5 with an idea to distract the attention of c5 square and play knight c5, followed by knight c5. So that could be the way how to proceed with black pieces. So I don't remember exactly, but more or less that's a well-known line. And the position on the board is indeed so g5, 98, f4, and I think we will quickly have an update how to play this line. a5 is on the board. I think f5, bishop takes, c takes b3, and here we go. And the final evaluation is like the final. Um, so yeah, at least the computer says it's slightly preferable for white.
Yes, I mean, like, if you say that, probably like you know a bit more about this line than me. I just remember that it's quite dangerous and both sides have to be quite accurate. I don't expect it. I expect rather after g5, knight h5, but I'm not sure that if you have this update already on the board or not.
No, but f5, bishop c4 was played instead. That's something new
Mm.
for me. So I don't know what he's trying to get rid of. He unlikely he he's aiming to take on e2, but like f6 looks very natural in this position. I would consider f6, g takes f6, and knight g3. That's very in the spirit of Najdorf. So
So f6, yes, f6 is a so-called clearance sacrifice. You
mhm,
clear a square in order to exploit it with one of your pieces. Those clearance sacrifices are especially sensible when you have a piece which can explore the square which you actually cleared. And here in this case, f6 followed by knight g3 is indeed quite in the spirit of the position, because if the knight is on f5, that's what we used to say to kids, then the position is half won. So
mhm.
that's something which you always have to be aware of, that the knight on f4, on f5 with short castles involved can be quite a dangerous piece.
Yeah, that's correct. There is also another way how to proceed in a calm way, playing simply king b1. So I'm just trying to get the idea of bishop c4 instead of bishop takes b3. Isn't just a waste of a tempo. Like most likely not, because um, Alireza, can we have a little update on time spent in Nepomniachtchi against Alireza? Because there might be an error, because I see Alireza spending more time than they've actually played. So it's like 1:36 on clock for Alireza, but we're only like 11 minutes watching them playing.
That's actually quite interesting. But like what I think, if you play f6 now, maybe I can sacrifice a piece by not taking with a g pawn, but by taking with a piece,
Hmm.
and claim that my attack with a4 is still quite huge. For example, I take twice with a knight,
Hmm.
and then I go for something crazy like, okay, here immediately a4
Um,
is too
yeah,
much.
because I take with the bishop then, at least.
Mhm. But I can take on f1 and play a4, and then I claim after knight a1, perhaps even a3, or then you can probably still go knight b3 back,
No, but it's not
because if
it's
you
it-
play,
it's not senseless at all. After a3, of course, computer will laugh on us, but
at us.
yeah, at us. But maybe cold-blooded b3 is also a move there. So my point is to play c4 and then put the knight on c2, where so another, as you said, clear and sacrifice.
Yes, those clearance sacrifices are very useful tools, because sometimes like you should be not in your way of mindset materialistic, but look for the future of your pieces. And as pieces are worth more than pawns, such clearance sacrifices you will meet all the time in all your games. Very typical pattern.
Hmm. Is there an alternative instead of bishop takes f1? So maybe we can try to develop the queen, but like, uh,
Well, then I would prefer just bishop e6 back. Then, of course, like
yeah,
you
it's.
may wonder about bishop c4, but this was when f5 was played and when the bishop was attacked.
Mhm.
So maybe just bishop e6 back. But here you have time for king b1 and knight c1, and I would say that you don't have enough
Yeah,
compensation.
because we have a typical, as we say, lock on the queen side. It means while black tried to break through on the queen side, playing b3 all the time, we take once and close an open file for the rook, and it won't be obviously enough for black to, so that their piece sacrifice was correct. But can we be more pragmatic, not sacrificing anything with black just after f6, starting with g takes f6, and despite the
Knight.
fact that, yeah, we have knight g3, we also have g takes f6. It a little bit probably could be bothering black pieces, like g takes f6.
And here it's already not clear how you capture back, maybe even with a d knight,
Hmm.
in order to keep g7 under control and not in running into like rook g1, bishop h6 issues.
Hmm. And probably even after bishop h6, I can skip it, playing a4.
Mm-hmm. And if the knight has to go to a1, even giving up the exchange can't be such a bad deal.
Yeah, still, as we said, probably computer will be laughing at us, but human-wise, this this variation doesn't look that odd.
Hmm. Yes, so let's maybe like it's time to let Nepomniachtchi think a bit and see what else is on the pipeline in the other lines or openings.
Hmm. So you may choose whom we will
I
follow.
want to see Ding Liren against Caruana because I think this game can be quite decisive when we speak about the favorites of the tournament.
Hmm. So we're switching to Ding Liren against Caruana.
Hmm.
Wow. And we've got Ragozin, knight c3, bishop b4, queen a4. Yeah, we're waiting for an analysis board. Knight c6, e3, castle, queen c2, and then knight a5. I've never seen that move before. I think recently queen e7 was played by Aronian against Kaime, but the most popular move in that position is rook e8. White play bishop d2, and then there is a plenty of moves, including a6, bishop f8. So the idea of this line with black pieces is to explore the center, playing e6, e5 at the right moment. And obviously, white's idea is to somehow resist against it.
Here there had been actually two recent games in the Prague Chess Festival. One was between Lequam against Navarra.
Hmm.
The other one was between Keimer against Niemann.
Hmm.
And the move a6 is a waiting move, basically waiting for the bishop on f1 to move, and then we take on
Hmm.
c4. And the other thing is like that here, I think Keimer played h3 to wait.
Yeah,
And
that's very
h3, I'm not,
wise.
yes.
Y- One of the ideas of h3 is I'll show you the line. Like if you play bishop d6, I can play a3, somehow avoiding knight b4 jumps. You take, I take on c4, you play e5. At least I do have knight g5, which is probably winning. Or not, like knight d4, we still have to calculate. I mean, even if e5 works, we can make a castle. And the point being that after e takes d4, bishop cannot move to g4 square. So h3 is kind of a very wise move because you are kind of predicting what's gonna happen like a few moves later, avoiding bishop g4 jump. So in this line, it I mean the utility of h2 h3 shows off.
And actually, like I think in the game between Keimer and Niemann answered with Bishop f8, doing another waiting move, if I'm not mistaken. Then there was something like a3,
Hmm.
and I think here already it was e5. The push happened on the board.
Yeah,
I
it could
think that
be.
was a game between Keimer against Niemann. The other game of Liquam against Navarra was a bit different, if I'm not mistaken, but positions were similar as h3 was not chosen by Liquam.
Hmm. There is a very funny trap that I think even Carlsen. It was a game between Carlsen and Nakamura, but pardon me, I don't remember who had white pieces because it's very important to retreat with the bishop, and it shows off in the line if let's say black play e5, d takes e5, knight takes e5, and white can take on d5. The point being that you cannot take with the knight because of knight d5, and you're simply giving up a minor piece. So and it's not a joke. I think Nakamura or Carlsen either. I clearly remember it was Carlsen Nakamura, but I don't remember the colors. That was the how the game proceeded. So
Yes, this I don't remember actually, but yes, I think I have seen such positions, in fact. We will see actually because it was a little bit different the game as c5 was pushed. I haven't seen that yet.
because of knight a5, that's something new for me.
Yes, knight a5 seems like a new idea, and I can say for sure that those two, like this move, wasn't appearing in the Prague Chess Festival.
Hmm.
b6, and that means a3 now fails to bishop takes c3. I mean, not failing, but probably like not promising white anything.
On the spot, yes, I may agree, but it still
And
could
if,
be quite a considerable option. Queen takes, probably you start with knight e4, which seems to be
yes,
the most logical, the most aggressive. So we retreat with the queen to c2 probably because we don't have any other mm, pleasant spot for the queen, not knight queen d3 because probably d3 is a square for the bishop. And it's a very it's a very unusual position in my point of view.
it's very, let's say, positionally speaking, interesting. But, well, what does white have? The bishop pair
Hmm.
and
The space
space
advantage,
advantage?
yeah.
Space advantage. On the other hand, he has to be careful with his pawn structure a bit.
Yeah, that's actually true. But uh, black also has little development advantage because they've already castled. So in this case, mm, like logic-wise, black should start with some direct play. Let's say taking on c5. So white take on
Should take.
c5, and we try to exploit the weakness of the center and the potential weakness of this c5 pawn and white squares.
Question is just how we do that. Is it like useful to put in queen f6 and then claim, for example, like rook
I
b1
know,
probably
pardon
should
me,
win?
I've got the point. Probably knight c5 is possible.
Ah,
It looks a
and
bit
after
weird.
yes, and after queen c5, there's knight
Hmm.
b3, and we would get a very nice pawn structure
Hmm.
for the two pieces we.
Yeah, we have
Okay,
just
maybe queen c6 is not necessary, but in general, like Black should be fine, has a very solid pawn structure, and the knight on a1 still takes
Yeah,
some time
at the moment
to
we're
trap.
exchange and pawn up, and white haven't castled yet, so it might be just a huge advantage for black.
Mm-hmm.
So, that's kind of funny. We've got an idea. That's why bishop d2 was played instead of a3 first. I think this is the current position. Bishop d2, knight c4. Look, it looks very attractive to take on c4, but this move also has very some very obvious drawbacks because we're giving up a bishop pair, we're weakening the white squares, and black will have a monster on b7. So if bishop takes, pawn takes, followed up with bishop b7, this is somewhat
Wait, I think here we should try to exchange that bishop on
four.
b4. Can I play knight b1, or does it look too artificial?
It looks too artificial, but it can be a move still. I think I'll try to I'll
And
continue playing this
I want to take on b4
and play queen c4.
and play queen c4 and then bring my knight to d2 and claim to have the better pawn structures, a square on c5, and
I'll,
positionally kill you on the c file.
well, it can
But
be. Yeah, but then a5 with an
yes,
idea
you
to
have
play
enough
bishop h6.
dynamics. Yeah, yeah, I agree. You have enough dynamics, but okay, knight d2, bishop a6, queen c5, and rook c1 at some point. I agree, I have some problems with my king, but I have not an issue on e1 yet, and I have something like
Mhm.
knight e5. Okay, maybe knight e7. Okay, I agree, it's not so clear, but positionally speaking, it's a bit more risky for black.
Yeah, so therefore black should play in
Dynamically.
dynamically in a dynamic way, and white should finish their development playing probably knight e5 f3. So it's not that clear. Probably computer says something very certain for black, like they have something forced, but on the first side nothing comes to my mind.
Yes, also unclear if queen c5 or queen c6. This is depending on knight e7 whether to be
Hmm.
helpful for black or not.
Hmm.
But yes, let's call it unclear.
Instead of bishop c4, a3 was chosen by Ding Liren. And we've got a bunch of trades after bishop knight takes d2, knight takes d2, bishop takes c3, queen c3, a5, and the players almost blitzed it out.
Okay, white still like used altogether already like almost 12 minutes. Black used almost nothing, but yes. Here still white should have a small edge in terms of space advantage.
Hmm.
But apart from that, I don't think it's huge. And okay, for Caruana to make a draw today is I wouldn't say huge, but it's a good step.
With that draw, I think Caruana even gains a little bit of rating. That's a very rare case for him, being
Okay, I mean like
being
zero point
associate.
0.5.
Well, even less, but still, this is one of the fewest encounters where,
Where he would gain a rating
yeah,
with a draw,
yeah.
yes. This indeed doesn't happen often. So we have left the pairings Duda against Radjabov
Mhm.
and Rapport against Nakamura.
I've I believe Duda against Radjabov should be a very calm game, and Rapport against Nakamura, according to at least the lifestyles of these two, like like rock stars in the chess world, should be a bit extraordinary.
Yes, but okay, I mean like probably like you want to say that they're both persons who like to sleep long. That's what I would guess with Rapport and Nakamura, that they're
You know,
not early birds. But apart from that,
I don't know if it's a common thing for rock stars, but Nakamura, I thought he's been streaming like all day long. He doesn't have that time, so much time to sleep. So
I heard or I read he was even streaming the candidates, but maybe it was just his channel streaming, because if he was on the stream like before or after the game, it would be indeed a bit special. I haven't checked that out, but his channel is live. That must be for sure.
mhm.
So, to which game would you like to go next?
Let's move to Rapport against Nakamura. It was my suggestion. And seemingly Rapport is repeating the line that Caruana opted for himself against Nakamura in round 1. Bishop takes
Mm-hmm.
c6, d takes c6, castle, bishop d6. So, um, yeah, so there is no queen e7, no knight d7, bishop d6. Nakamura being very, very consistent with his opening setups. g5, bishop g3, bishop e6. I've got all the time I'm trying to show you the moves. The board refreshes. Bishop e6. So there might be a point that e5 pawn is not hanging. I'm a little bit puzzled why we cannot take with knight on e5 because of bishop takes e5. I've got that. I think it's clear
Queen
enough that
d4.
queen d4 in the end solves the issue. But if knight e5, I'm still a little bit puzzled how black will proceed. Probably h5. Otherwise, I don't see a clear way how to prove
But
the
h5
absence of
looks
pawn.
indeed quite dangerous, no?
Pardon?
H5 looks indeed quite dangerous because you have to react, I guess, with h3, because h4 I can simply take.
Hmm. But then black have to be very, very convincing in order to prove the sacrifice. Like probably he can simply castle long playing queen e7.
Mm-hmm.
Like probably Iron must be swearing on me. Like knight d2, we play castle.
Well, I can see some compensation because, okay, black is fully ready. Black has a bishop pair. Black has already like his pawns pretty much advanced.
Hmm?
And it's not so easy for white. I mean, knight f3 runs into g4 hook, which is not convenient. Knight c4 here may be working actually. No, but then the e4 could be hanging as to the opposition of the rook on d8 and the queen on d1. So you don't have a good square for the knight yet, and bishop takes h3 at some point might be an issue.
Yeah. So one of the fewest moves that come to my mind is knight takes c6. This is something I don't like on the spot.
Yes, because after b takes c6, you just intend e5.
Hmm. Destroying the pawn structure on the king side. It's still
Yeah,
far from clear, but intuitively it has to be
yes,
at
it's
least
not what
pleasant
you
for
want.
white.
Uh,
Well, but we have um absolutely an absolutely different case. Like queen d2 was played instead of taking on e5, so I wonder Robert had a point against taking on e5.
well, I think like I'm not sure how much time Nakamura spent. I think not so much because he
Seven
is like,
seconds for bishop e6.
yes. So I think if someone blitzes out the move, and at least we have to consider like the 2 seconds are for the move itself. If you make it in a normal speed, then 5 seconds for maybe just collect yourself is the psychological weapon not to take on e5 and
Hmm.
to believe it.
Yeah, so seemingly Nakamura wasn't bluffing, like playing bishop e6.
I can even think that something like d4 at some point could be tried because,
Hmm.
okay, before you're getting overrun on the king side, you should somehow strike in the center. And if not with taking on e5, as for obvious reason it's dangerous, maybe d4 could be a move immediately here, even. What do you think about d4?
Well, according regarding the game, queen d2 was played instead of d4, and after knight d7, Rapport decided to push d pawn. So it might be the reason against d4 is
Yes, and I
knight
thought
takes
like
e4.
bishop e5, but maybe you're right, and it's just giving nothing for white actually here.
Hmm. So probably queen d2, knight d7 inclusion is a bit more flexible for white, and then
Mm-hmm.
d4, so e4 is not hanging more. f6. Uh, well, keeping the tension in the center.
Yes, knight c3 or queen
Queen
c3 was.
c3. Then pawn takes, and it's a Rapport to move. So queen d2 and knight d4 are the moves, but I think we've got an update already. So knight d4 was played, queen e7, bishop takes d6, queen d6, knight e6. Nakamura was blitzing out it all.
Okay, but since Nakamura played in the first game against Caruana and he lost, he likely checked it or double checked or triple checked it again. And since we saw already like that Rapport has some kind of favor for giving up the bishop pair, at least we had something similar in the game against Perugia.
Mhm.
It's not unexpected that he likes his kind of positions where he has a small positional edge with the pawn structures included.
Yeah, he doesn't tend to be a player that refuses to play with the bishop pair, but
No, I don't mean this, but he's a kind of player who likes a very, very small edge
yeah, yeah.
without any risk, and that's what we are seeing now. Whereas we learned from Sam Shanklin that Nakamura is a great defender.
Hmm?
So my bet on this game is a draw.
Well, and it seems that there is it's a very little for white, even if it is there. So there is only a pair of major pieces left, one knight. We've got a Berlin structure, a very typical Berlin structure, with like a little bit exposed king side for black pieces, but you cannot really use it. You cannot really exploit it in the endgame. Even if your knight will be able to transfer uh, to f5. So I'm trying to draw some arrows. So I think that's not much for white, and recently I've been playing training games on the type of structure, and sometimes it's even more pleasant to play with black pieces because they'll try to probably expand on the queen side, playing a5, a4.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's a little
So
bit easier to push with black, to push pawns with black pieces than with
this
white.
is true, but we have to see, like, objectively speaking, I mean, it's not like that white is a pawn up, but white is a pawn up on the king side,
Hmm.
and whereas the pawn structure of black on the queen side would not enable black to create a pass pawn, the pawn structure of white on the king side would enable. So this is like the advantage white can claim for himself in terms of pawn structure and the ability to create a pass pawn. However, black here has some more space, I would say. Not more space, but let's say more control of the black squares. And for blacks, the position in this regard is not difficult to play.
Hmm.
Some certain plans, as you mentioned, white has to prove if he wants to expand, and even if you play g3 and f4 at some point in order to use your majority on the king side, I guess that e4 pawn could get a little bit weak and vulnerable.
Fair point.
Mhm.
So one of the most entertaining games on the first side turned out to be just a very calm endgame, but still double-edged. I mean, usually in this type of endgames, the class shows off for the player who wins them.
Yes, but since we know from Sam that Hikaru is a great defender, and we know from Rapport he is a great technician in the ending, still it might be not a big edge to really like get the victory at the
Mhm.
end. So maybe it's time to slowly change to the board we haven't yet checked out.
It's Duda against Radjabov, is it?
Yes, yes, I think this is the one remaining.
Mhm. So we are.
Actually,
Mhm.
yes, we are moving now. What was your prediction on today's result? We will have a result at all or
Well,
not?
I do agree with you that Nepomniachtchi Reza can be a decisive game. Well, obviously we do consider Nepomniachtchi as a favorite because he has whites, and uh, let's take a look at Duda against Radjabov, and I'll tell you because up to now, Ding against Caruana and Rapport against Nakamura already seem to be a very technical positions.
That's true. I totally agree on that. But you will be like happily surprised that we can't yet say that about Duda against Radjabov when it comes to technical
Hmm.
positions.
I'm That's the
This was
position
another. Mm-hmm.
I'm absolutely unfamiliar with. And we've got another Berlin, but absolutely different approach, not taking on c6. So once again, I'll show the moves. Bishop g5, it's more or less modern line. h6, bishop h4, d6, I think. Um, well, with that order of moves, I don't remember. mm, I cannot recall any famous games played in this line. Any well-known games. And Duda is chasing the dark square bishop. Funny enough, both players haven't castled yet, only developing all of their minor pieces.
Okay, I mean, white needs to slowly, or not slowly, but at some point probably push b4 because the knight on a4 is a piece which doesn't have many squares, and if a6, b5 is coming,
Mhm.
I mean, it's not yet that the knight is shrugged immediately, but I think that white hardly can manage to live without b4 here already, no?
Mhm.
So this is something which I'm not surely like liking so much about white's position to be committed to such. Okay, b4 fits in the spirit of the position in many lines, but the knight on b2 doesn't look so much attractive either. However, at some point probably should get to c4 and then
Mhm.
it's all fine and suits well the style.
But in that case, after b4, at least we can trade the knight for the dark square bishop. So b4 probably gonna be played because if not b4, then a6 is coming, and it may become a bit annoying with the light squared bishop. We cannot retreat to c4, so we'll be obliged to take on c6. So b4 is, and b4 is already played because of the absence of the alternatives. Bishop b6 is played instantly, and there white at least have some like visible choice between capturing the bishop at once or continue developing the pieces because The difference is if we castle right now,
Mm-hmm.
mm, black might have some doubts considering a7, a6 is an alternative because then an absolutely different pawn structure appears. And yeah, this vulnerable pawn structure with kind of weak center and an absence of bishop pair seems to be very pleasant for white to play with.
Mm-hmm. Even so, here maybe I can. It's not that bad as it looks if I play g5 and bishop e6.
Hmm.
I know that bishop e6 is a bit committal and my pawn structure looks very funny, but I would claim that the bishop on g3 is a so-called winter bishop against Capablanca.
Well, I didn't know it.
You know the game of winter against Capablanca? With
Well,
the excluded piece on g3, which never saw like daylight.
no, I didn't know this particular phrase, but I can
No, it's not
easily
a phrase.
imagine.
I just made it up because I
Well,
refer to the game about this really like sad
yeah, yeah,
bishop on
yeah,
g3.
you're right. You're right. Yeah,
Mm.
I saw this game. I think not once. Like last summer, I've been entertaining myself watching all, I think, Capablanca games till the St. Petersburg tournament 1914, and then, like funny enough, uh, me and my friend Kirill Alexeyenko, we found a website where, like, comparing to the modern chess, like what would be the strength of uh, the grandmasters of the last, like, 20th and 19th centuries. And it turned out, surprisingly, it turned out that Frank Marshall would have like 2770 rating nowadays. But when I've been analyzing Frank Marshall games, like with like tons of blunders from both sides with such an positional play, I would I would rather say that the creators of website and creators of um, the pattern of uh, evaluating the ancient grandmasters, so they've overvalued them a bit. They've overestimated them a bit. So maybe,
Who's your favorite world champion from the old times?
well, I think it is like for me, it's no doubt it's Gary Kasparov because my favorite opening is King's Indian, and
I meant from the old times, even older than Kasparov. I
all
think like
times I thought
up
like,
till like I think like when Fish like up till the moment of Fischer, let's say everything beforehand. So we speak about Lasker,
well, like
Steinitz,
like
Oewe,
surprisingly, considering Kasparov's style of play, I do like Mikhail Botvinnik.
Alyoshin.
Mikhail Botvinnik and yeah, and Alexander Alyoshin. I may recall Alyoshin. So, but like in Russian, it's better to pronounce it Alechin for some reason. So Alechin played against Yates, and it's been a very nice, like, Catalan attack made by Alechin. It's been just a wonderful game. So Alechin, in my point of view, is like it's a very direct attacking style player with with more or less fine technique.
But he could also play like super, super positional. And there was another game between Alyoshin and Yates where he was just like exploiting the square c5 and e5
Hmm.
and conquered the game on the c file and later with the kingside attack
Hmm.
in the ending. So he was some of the players, like in my opinion, who could do both attack and super strong in positional encounters. Whereas with some other players, like I think Capablanca was purely positional. I don't remember so many attacking games of
Hmm.
him.
Capablanca, yeah.
So
So we do remember him for his technique and positional understanding. I remember reading, like four parts of like Alechin chess heritage, and his first book was about his, I think, match against Frank Marshall, And like funny enough, let I'll show it on the board. Like the man's been analyzing just from the very beginning, g4, g5. It just I can say it surprised me a lot, but in terms of logics, in terms of logic, it's been very obvious that after knight c3, e6, e3. So now it is like all know it's a Meron in Slav defense, and I think Alekhine played bishop d3 at once, putting the question and exclamation marks like inaccuracy, because after d takes c4 we have to waste the tempo. But nowadays it's just a modern theory, like the position where the analyzer starts. So that's just a mirror. And while queen c2, it is in Alekhine's opinion was more accurate, avoiding d takes c4 at once and keeping the bishop on f1 just to take on c4 and at once when black will allow. So it's it's a bit curious how the old
Players.
kids were like thinking how what the
Okay,
chess is all about.
they didn't have the engines back then, and you can see in many old games like that certain rules like which are very known today didn't exist at this time. For example, I think in the old times, in the old games, the bishop pair was much higher valued than it is nowadays.
Really.
Yes, I can give you the best example. It's Lubinsky against Botvinnik
Hmm.
with a, like a rook's exchange sacrifice on d4. And like white had a choice between taking with the bishop and the knight on d4. And it's crystal clear for our knowledge and understanding nowadays that in a closed structure, when you get the pawn chains c5, d4, and e5, that obviously you take with the bishop on d4 in order to get knight c1 and knight d3 as a kind of outpost.
Hmm.
But since he took with the knight, and I think Lubinsky was not such a bad player, it's the only explanation I have was that the bishop was higher valued than the knight at this time. Otherwise, the logic would absolutely be contrary to what we
Hmm.
know about bishops and knights nowadays. And you can see many examples of the old games where actually certain rules didn't exist, and for this reason, were not applied.
Yeah, so nowadays like the ancient chess patterns were they've they've exchanged a lot at least. So and
What I meant is chess changed a lot,
yeah.
also like in the perspective of evaluation of certain positions and certain characters of a position. But this is due to knowledge and to the evaluation,
Hmm.
obviously, also of engines.
But the knowledge of the chess classic, the old chess patterns, probably still a little bit helps with the decision making over the board.
Oh, of course. I mean, it's always good to know that when you have space advantage, not to exchange pieces. And when you have the bishop pair to open the diagonals, I mean, such kind of rules are quite helpful in terms of decision making. But yeah, classical games is a good way to improve your
To
chess
learn chess, yeah.
understanding. Much better, maybe even than the hyper modern games today, because they are mostly more concrete
Hmm.
and you don't have so much thematic things contained. So, what else to say about this position actually?
Probably, as we mentioned above, white has little space advantage, and probably it's better to keep more minor pieces on the board.
Hmm. Actually, I have a question. Can I play g5 here? And if bishop g3, then I go knight e7. So at least when I lose the bishop here at some point on b6, I exchanged one of the bishops. And well, the bishop on g3 is still a little bit, let's say, funny. Okay, the only risk is like if I take on d7 and then play d4, I
Hmm.
guess. That's the only main danger I should keep in mind in such type of positions, right?
Fair point. So after bishop d7, most likely black has to take with the queen. At least we might be preparing long castle, but like up to now we're trying to resist against d3, d4, keeping an eye on e4 pawn. And if d4 at once, black probably will take on e4, and then like white position appears to be a little bit shaky with
Yeah.
this kind of ridiculous knight on a4.
Mm. Yes, but if you can't play d4 here, right? Then knight g6 is coming.
You
I
know,
mean,
knight e7 was played at once instead of g5, so he decided not to like expose it once.
but it's not such a problem actually, because I think if you take on f6, you don't get the control of the f5 square, and then the g file is open, and black will easily manage to get f5 in the game. So yet, black to take on f6 is not so much appealing
Mhm.
either.
Yeah, and I think it is important to know what is the current time situation in the game. I'm very curious about the time spent for.
It's 149 for Duda actually, which means like he's more or less known in this. And
Mhm.
it's 117 for Jabov, but still I believe for black it's quite simple to play, but maybe I'm just totally wrong.
Yeah, but I'm still a bit curious. No, it turns out that's the correct time.
No, I see it because I'm also like watching the stream, and then it's easier to
Yeah,
read
yeah,
it out.
I do see as well. So I've
Hmm.
been calculating because like now it is like 7 minutes to 4, and both players mm, spent, yeah, this extra actually the same time. So it's like 54 minutes for both of the players. I all the time I forgot about that there is no
The
time
increment.
increments.
Yes, you always calculate half of the minutes for the moves met, but
Hmm.
not here in this case. But yeah, I don't think there is a problem with black in this position, but maybe I'm wrong. So we can have a last look at what turned out to be the most wild position, maybe before we then have a break, like Nepomniachtchi's game, to have a look once
Yeah,
again.
definitely.
Because this is the only game where we can see some kind of concrete approach and preciseness.
So talking about preciseness, I think we've precisely predicted
What's happening
what's
on the
happening on the
board?
board. But okay, not precisely. King b1 instead of f6 and knight g3. Still king
Mm-hmm.
b1 would have been played anyway because yeah, so we are a little bit waiting for the board to come, and we will show you the issue. So king b1 in almost every type of knight of position is a program move.
Of long castle stories, because it has two advantages. First of all, you get out of the diagonal c1 h6, which is in Sicilian positions always connected to the bishop on e7, or even the bishop on g7, where the bishop is in almost all the positions in the Sicilian place. Then the second reason is that when you play long castle and the king is on c1, that the a2 is always like unstable, and with the king on b1 you give some extra stability towards that pawn. And here in this example, I guess it's related to the knight, which should at some point be able to get to c1, right?
Mhm. It means after king b1 a4 was played, knight b c1, obviously not knight a1. It it would seem a bit ridiculous. Knight c1, d5. Well,
Okay, d5. I mean, can it be that the b4 pawn at some point may be hanging? Or is it just rather like d5 to say, like, I should open up? I mean, I'm not sure I understand yet the benefits of d5, to be frank.
neither me, but taking a look at the time spent by Alireza, it seems to be it's been prepared at home.
Mm-hmm.
So Nepomniachtchi responded with f6. G takes f6 almost immediately. Probably there's been no other way how to protect b4 pawn, and we somehow need to activate our minor pieces. Probably if e takes d5, Alireza's idea was to put the knight on even on d6. Could it be?
That could be reasonable. Of course, he should always have some idea against f6, but f6 is not the problem, as a bishop on f6 even would attack, protect g7 square.
Mhm.
And I guess that's what's mainly about it.
But in terms of human beings, like as for me, I would pick white to play because it's rather unclear how black will explode the protection of white's king on the queen side. So after d, but for whites it's more obvious because they just push f5 f6, and b4 b3 could be met with the same like with the same pattern.
Yes, this is a typical way of closing up the wing. However, they are still like sacrificing
Hmm.
connected with the pawn on a3, and sometimes they would actually happen on the board. But this immediate b3 is maybe not that quickly necessary because it's quite committing.
Hmm.
And d5 makes and so I mean d5 is another kind of clearance sacrifice to get back to the name of the pattern. Here, of course, exploiting the square d6, which can be useful for the knight, as Danny mentioned, and opening up the diagonal for the bishop. So indeed, it makes sense. And in such kind of double-edged positions, material is secondary, especially when we speak about pawns.
Yeah. So especially when the kings are castle in the opposite ways. So d5, f6,
You have not a big choice. I think you have to take.
indeed. Nepomniachtchi took on f6, not including knight g3, so he decided to simplify and open up in g file immediately.
But I think he has to take on f6 because if you place knight g3, then maybe I
Yeah,
can take on.
you can push me out, right? So playing in
I
d4.
take and then I play d4 and then maybe I take on g5 and I say like, okay, I have 2 pawns up. You have some white squares, but I will be fine.
Fair point.
Maybe I'm not sure. Maybe here like you can still like go for some sacrifices. I mean, e3 is objectively maybe not that much hanging, as the d7 is also like under attack. But can I play knight f5 here and just say like I don't care much about the e3 attacked bishop?
Well, so your point is that black cannot take
No,
on
he can, of
e3
course. He can. He can try.
and probably queen d7,
No, I see even thought like
queen
that
g2.
queen. I was wondering about queen g2 or even g takes f6 first.
Wow.
Ah, no, I can't do this now because the queen is hanging. Sorry, I forgot about that.
I thought you had some wonderful idea taken on e7 then.
Not today, not today. But yes, no, I think maybe this is too much. But okay,
Like, it sounds for me a bit controversial because you told that Germans are very pragmatic people. But besides, you also told that you are more a pawn sacrificer than a pawn grabber.
this is true, yeah. Okay, this is like the mentality of Germans, and the dynamic, aggressive chess style is not
They
fitting
don't
usually
coincide,
together.
yeah, between each
No.
other. Well,
But Germans are quite direct and concrete, so if it goes about this mentality trait, then actually concrete play would still be suitable.
mhm. Well, now I got it. So, yeah, tell me please once again, what was your
I
idea
mean, I was
after?
thinking like that I could play queen g2, but you're right. There's nothing much, and queen takes g7 would mean that I would exchange the queens. However, it's not so clear even that in that case, because the bishop on e7 doesn't have many squares. For example, you need to take,
Yeah,
I
you are
guess,
forced to take.
and bishop
Yeah,
c5.
perhaps it's a very clever idea because e2 is not hanging because of the
Mm-hmm.
knight on c1,
Right.
and we have a plenty of like weak
Attacking
squares,
square.
and yeah, our knight on f5 is
Yes.
a monster. So bishop c5 again is an only move. I don't consider bishop d8 as an alternative. Also e3 was hanging.
And here I see a draw with g takes f6 and knight h6 check.
Is it?
But knight, maybe you can go to g6 and be sneaky, but okay, yeah.
Well, no matter what is the white's move, I think we should conclude that this position might be pleasant for white. Even h4 just keeping attention.
But that means instead of what Nepomniachtchi played, and he didn't, yes, he went for e takes d5. This could have been an interesting line, right?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, like human-wise, it's very it's
I mean, the
considerable.
benefit of yes, I mean the benefit of not taking on d5 but playing our move knight g3 is clearly that if black doesn't push d4, then always queen takes d5 is an like
Yeah, it's in the
reasonable option, which makes it a bit yeah.
but he opted for f6 at once instead
Mm-hmm.
of e takes d5, g takes f6, and then g takes f6. Yeah, so
Mm-hmm.
we've been.
Yet now only observed knight g3.
Mhm. I'm trying to get what he was afraid of.
Yeah.
Because this position looks very fearsome for both sides.
I mean, how's the pawn material after like the capture on e3? It's two pawns for black. 3, 6, no, it's one pawn for black, right? In the line we just
It's
checked.
one pawn yet.
Yes, but one pawn, it's the e3 is not okay. It can be an interesting pawn at some point, but
Although g takes f6 uh, was Jan's response, knight g3, and here we can receive more or less similar position. If black takes on f1, um, we should decide which rook to take. D
actually,
or
like
I think
I
maybe
would take the h one.
h pawn, h rook. Yeah.
Yes, because then at some point I might have some extra move with the queen
Hmm.
in case of d4.
Or even d takes c4.
D4, yes, winning a tempo, which can be crucial.
I'm failing to evaluate the position because like it's all the matter of time, like who's gonna be first, like in objective of getting the like putting on the mating net. Knight g3, bishop f1. Like uh, as an argument for white, they've already opened up a g file only for one pawn, sacrificing the with f6. But black haven't succeeded yet on the king side, no, on the queen side. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. And this is actually what these kind of double-edged positions with opposite sided castles is mainly about. It's not the material; it's usually the one who is attacking quicker is the one rocking the party.
Hmm. So, in my humble opinion, Nepomniachtchi most likely to be rocking today.
Are you saying this because he's your friend, or are you saying that only from the chess point of view,
No,
or
no,
you're
no.
hoping that because he's a
Only on
friend?
the chess point of view, because like as a pros and cons, I do see more pros than cons. He already opened up the G file. Um, I think Black's Kings is already very, very, very exposed.
Yes, I mean, like it's probably, practically speaking, it's easier for white. I totally agree,
So
and
what?
this is good.
We don't know what is the exact follow-up, but at least out of knight g3, bishop h6, mm, like move can be very, very unpleasant. Black probably will start considering just giving up an exchange in order to trade an attacking piece. So, but this is the price to pay. So,
No, I agree. Yes, it will be difficult for
mhm,
Russia today, but it's like that's what he opted for. It was his choice to go for this line, and it was his choice to go for this really um, dangerous type of position. On the other hand, maybe he thought like if he has a chance to win the candidates, he should try to beat players like Nepomniachtchi because yeah, you have to beat someone and someone who gives you basically a chance with being aggressive. And Nepomniachtchi is also a dynamic player. But maybe you shouldn't try such experiments of pushing too hard with black. I don't know.
yeah, I mean, it's very controversial because Firuza keeps playing in a very stylish manner as he done before, like not trying to readjust himself for the special tournament, because candidates tournament is like an exceptional tournament to play in, and a lot of players who obtain the right to play there always, like often, try to readjust their style of play in order to be more solid. But Firuza just keeps being him, like as he is, like playing very aggressive chess, no matter whom he plays against. And so this is a very, like, mm, interesting question, whether if it is whether it's a good strategy or not.
Maybe we'll see
Yeah, of course we
how
will
the
figure
game
it
will
out.
end. But I mean, just imagine like Nepomniachtchi gets his second victory today. He would be on +2, and that would give him like a huge door already opened up for
Hmm.
the first, not even half, but for the first quarter of this
Hmm.
event.
Yeah, so if Nepomniachtchi like carries the day, he would be considered as the main favorite of the event. Like,
Hmm.
like even if not, still being like +1 in such like dense tournament.
It's huge already, +2. I mean, like if he wins today, he would be on +2. And for the
Hmm.
first quarter, I would not complain about his start. And he proved that he wanted already the candidates. So he's, in terms of nerves and in terms of the format of this tournament, already like known to be quite experienced and strong
Well, but in my opinion, he just became a very different player, like throughout the
by
years
age.
by age. Like, last 3 or 4 years, he became very consistent player, like top level player, of course.
And what
While.
is his secret? I mean, because I remember him like from young times, like even 10 years or 15 years ago, I always remembered the name of Jan Nepomniachtchi, but it was never like someone who was like typically on
Fighting
the
for the
list,
crown. Hmm.
typically on the list to reach top 10. I mean, like he was talented and everything, but it's not like that. For example, like when we read about Wu Xiangxi, who like crossed big news in like becoming a GM at an early age. Then from these guys, we would have expected like some jump up to the top 10, but Nepomniachtchi, he slowly improved, and suddenly it was top 10, and we didn't even realize how quick it
Yeah,
happened actually.
like his top rating was, like his top place was fourth, I think, or maybe in
Hmm.
live rating he's been third or even second. I don't remember exactly, But he became very consistent player with. Okay, he still has his firm style. I mean, like attacking style, like sacrificing style. But his technique improved while he remained uh, the kind
Yes.
of a player who can blitz out the moves and still make very, very bad mistakes. But
Yes.
he's done a very big, very big job.
Yes. Indeed. So we will see how this is going to develop, of course.
Yeah. But I think I expect Nepomniachtchi to enjoy the current position on the board because it's absolutely suits his style of play, and he's a very formidable player in this kind of positions.
Yeah. So you want to have a last look at any kind of game?
Yeah, before heading to the break, mm, I propose taking a look at let's go to Duda against Radjabov. I think at least it's not an end game.
Yes, we can go to do that Radjabov, give a small evaluation, and then leave the audience and the break to figure out the techniques.
Hmm. And this is the current position.
We expected something like that already, like in regards of the square five.
Hmm.
Even so, I would have preferred g5 and not even allowing the bishop on h4 being exchanged, but
Hmm.
who knows? Yes, bishop f6,
You know,
g
and I
f6.
might agree with you because I may agree with you. I've also preferred g5 instead of knight e7 at once.
Hmm. The only
Obviously.
reason I could see could be in this d4 move, but we checked it briefly, and after knight takes c4, and this
Hmm.
wouldn't be so much anything special.
And Duda's reaction looks very, very principled in terms of the
Mhm.
position we've been looking at. Bishop f6, g takes f6, bishop takes d7, queen takes and
Queen
knight h4. So we've had this like probably anti-Tarrasch knights, but these knights have very like obvious objectives. One knight is aiming towards f5 square and trying to protect from f6 f5 breakthrough, and the other one is like keeping an eye on the b6 bishop. And like obviously the main question is if f5 is possible just there,
I think it is possible. I don't see a problem with that move. I don't even see
because otherwise if black will not opt for f5, we can
then
try
queen
to block it.
h5.
Yeah, so we'll take on the b6 first. Yeah, so I'm sorry, no, of course not queen a4, it's a mouse slip. So white is aiming to capture the bishop and put their knight on h5. It's a very typical
Way of
typical
blocking
thing.
the white
Yeah.
squares. No, f5 is principle. I don't see anything wrong with that, and could just end up in a quick draw. Even I mean, not in a quick draw, but in a kind of position where you don't have big chances to fight for something real.
Yeah, fair point. So knight h4 and rook g8 was played instead of f5. So somehow Radjabov like was
Knows more than us.
he was frightened of something after f5. I don't know exactly of what, but I think after a short break we will definitely figure it out. So stay tuned and watch FIDE Candidates 2022 on World Chess. We will be back in 10 minutes. We are back to the studio. Mm, Still like 4 games. All 4 games are in progress.
And now actually we got some interesting development in the game between Duda and Radjabov because somehow we were sure that F5 will be implemented in the game. Somehow this idea had been totally skipped. And now it seems like that we will face a kind of opposite castle's attack. Black will try to double, I guess,
Hmm.
and white will try to push a4.
Yeah, let's take a look, a bit, a bit more profound look at the game between Duda and Radjabov.
Do you think actually that f5 was neglected by Radjabov because Radjabov felt to be already better and prove something on the king side?
Well, but Duda doesn't have any weakness on the king side, and he can even try to exploit the weakness of doubled f pawns. And White's plan seems to be rather obvious, just to push the a pawn. While Black's idea is a bit more, is rather obscure for me. So he probably will try to double on g file, but then it will be faced with g2, g3, and every time you put your knight on g6, Black will refuse. Black will respond playing
With
knight f5.
f5, and this is of course not what you want. So question number one, is f6 hanging?
On spot after queen f3, probably.
I mean seriously hanging.
Yeah, it may
Or
be
can it
seriously
be
hanging.
ignored? Hmm.
Well,
So
rook g4, like nevertheless, rook g4 looks like the most principled.
and here no human being would dare to take on f6 because I guess after knight g8 we will just lose a piece.
Yeah, in fact, that's correct.
So that means f6 is poisoned and black tries to double on the g file.
I didn't even mean to play knight g8 after queen takes f6. I
I
just
saw
didn't see
like
it.
rook f4. No, rook f4 I also saw, but then I thought like maybe I can get away without calculating much and takes a piece earlier.
Yeah, like rook f4, probably queen h6 is still somehow holding, but rook knight
Hmm.
g8 is winning the piece immediately.
So rook g4 would be principal, and actually, like, I really think it could be that black neglected f5 earlier. I mean, before like long castle was played or rook g8, because he evaluated his chances to play for a win gun. It's of course a strange attitude with black because in such a field, I guess that your idea should be to make draw with black and
Hmm.
try to win with white. But yes, f5 instead of rook g8, unless he has queen h5 and you claim that you can't castle. Could that be the reason? No, I mean, instead of rook g8, if
Uh-huh.
I would have played f5. And now I go queen h5 anyway. And now
Hmm.
I claim that it's very hard for you to develop because maybe f7 is hanging, even though I'm not even sure that this is serious. But just to try to play on the white squares.
Yeah, that's an interesting issue.
But here I can play f4. And in the next move, I would
Yep.
dare to say that I go long
Yeah,
castle and I
probably
didn't
like
think
positional wise, he was a bit frightened with g2, g3 ideas. But I think you can just keep it and
there's queen
play
h3
castle.
coming. If you take on f4, then queen h3 can be a
Fatal.
little bit upsetting. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's hard to say. I mean, like, unfortunately, like, we don't have a chance to speak to the people after the game, but this is like one of the questions I would definitely ask in an interview between Rook G8 or F5. What was the intention of choosing that route over the other?
Hmm. Maybe also it could be that he thought that these continuations are more or less the same in terms of like the slider of evaluation. He just opted for like not non-concrete way, like playing Rook G8 firstly.
Okay, Rook G8 keeps attention, of course, on the board and keeps chances for both sides. Okay, also like objectively speaking, a4, a5, how dangerous it is if I can always react after a5 with b5 and after a6 with b6, not even
Hmm.
giving you a slight chance to open up the a
Yeah,
file.
fair point. Yeah, we can analyze it, but after Queen f3, I think f5 was played by Teimour, and probably the issue after Rook g4 was Knight f5. I think that's not a senseless idea positionally to trade the knights, because
Mm-hmm.
I'm forcing you to retreat with the rook to g6 or go kinda all in with rook f4 because your rook can be stuck on f4 after knight e7 and queen h5 with g3 coming. So
Mm-hmm.
you still can
Okay, I
try
still
queen
have.
e6, probably I play h3, and it rather seems to me, mm, well, at least a little bit mm, frightful for black because the rook is trapped.
Well, I would try not queen e6, but rook g8, but maybe, yes, rook g8. So I keep after h3.
Hmm.
No, I keep nothing after h3. I saw like I had f5, but
Maybe you still do have some like a trick on the
I was
spot.
thinking about the trick, but I didn't see the trick, to
Okay,
be
I'll
honest.
I'll help you find the trick. So f5 fails into
But
g3. If we play
does
queen
it
f,
really fail? Because I have then rook g5 and you go queen e2?
why not? I have queen h6. At least you have rook f3, but
With
still
3 in.
the position remains like
Strange, yes, I
strange. But
agree.
probably I would pick white because of an extra pawn on the spot.
Hmm.
Queen e2, so keeping an eye on the f3 square.
But then do I have some mating
Like
chances
f
with
takes
queen
e4, g takes f4, but not
queen
really, yeah.
e6, queen e6, but appears to me like
King, like
nothing.
king
Even
h2 can calm
queen,
it down.
yes, even queen e3, as silly as it may look, might also just be enough.
Well, yeah, queen e3 probably still we can trick you playing g takes f4.
Mm.
So like king h2 calms it down clearly. Like I mean the the sequence of that. So I'm still not getting the purpose of like the plan because he could have played f5 at once as you said before, but then he opted for f5 in the very like strange
Strange
moment.
moment.
Yeah.
Okay, I think objectively, like if you take on f5 and get the pawn, for example, with the e pawn,
Hmm.
then I have rook g5, I guess, provoking f6 if you want to keep that pawn.
Okay. And you play
And
knight f5
now, even like knight g6 might be enough to equalize.
or even knight g6. Fair point.
I think it's the same. Knight f5. No, knight f5 is maybe more accurate because I get the f6 pawn
Hmm.
quicker, as you can't really protect
Hmm.
the h4 knight. Yes. So Yes, maybe he was just convinced that f5 is never running away. That could also be the case. That's a true point. Well,
Can
I
can
still
can
would.
white opt for something for an alternative instead of e takes f5?
We can play g3.
G3 or a4 at once.
I mean, with a4, I'm just a bit concerned about the f4 ideas.
Hmm.
But maybe, like, if you play a4, I play f4, and then you go for g3. There's always this queen h3, which is for me a little bit annoying. However, maybe it's nothing because you have queen g2 here, but it's not like that I should or I'm forced to exchange after queen g2. I
Hmm.
could simply go back to e6. So I don't see a big problem about that.
Yeah, besides, mm, I mean, despite the fact that there's just like all major pieces are on the board and only one pair of minor pieces still stays there, the position is very, very complicated and very concrete because of the king's placements.
Yes, but I think even though practically speaking, I would be more worried for White's king than for Black's king, but maybe I'm wrong just by looking at the picture
Hmm.
of the position. Yeah, we will see what White is going to do. We can actually then probably go back to our favorite game slowly, the game of Nepomniachtchi against Firouzja, and see and wait if there was some development in this crazy encounter with f6 move included, right?
Hmm. So we're moving to Nepomniachtchi against Firuza, probably the most exciting game of the day.
And we even predicted this to be the most exciting game of the day, so we had a good feeling for today. And still, I would bet on a decisive result in this one, whereas in all the other ones,
But like in this kind of position, it's not against the odds. It's very likely to be a decisive game because, and such type of positions, like,
mistakes can happen a
yeah,
lot.
mistakes can
Yes.
happen a lot, and the evaluation doesn't change like from +3 to zeros. It can change drastically from like +3 to minus like million.
No, I mean, I have seen such a game lately in the Prague Chess Festival. I mean, you have to look at this game and you'll be laughing so much. Like laughing about not about the mistakes, it's not about the players, it's about like how the computer changes its evaluation bar after each move by each side.
What was the
It's a
game?
game of Niemann against Pechak.
Uh-huh.
It's a very thrilling game and very entertaining because like after each move from both of them, the evaluation bar is like going like this as it was a kind of heart rate, you
Hmm.
know. So it was very entertaining because even like we were commentating on this game, it was not easy to figure out why suddenly this move was a game changer again, but it's fun to watch.
Yeah, it's not, I mean, it's only proves the fact that it's very difficult to compete against the iron machines.
No, I understand, but it's also like underlines the fact that this was our 4.5 when the position appeared on the board, and it was round 8, so it was already like at the end of the tournament. And you can even see that among strong players, and I think we will witness this in this tournament as well, that the concentration level decreases in a way, and condition becomes more and more important in terms of energy level and calculation skills.
Yeah, I may agree. So we're moving to Nepomniachtchi against Firouzja. Yeah,
Hmm.
I'll just kindly ask to help me switching on the board. Yep. And here we go. This is the current position. A3 was the last move, so I wouldn't call it a desperate attempt to open up the queen side, because in terms of opening it up, I would rather prefer b3 instead of a3. But probably Alireza wasn't concerned about giving up an extra pawn that he has. So he opted for a3, and like, can white ignore a takes b2 threat?
Well, the thing is, like, should white ignore this threat? Because the moment you take on b2, in case the king takes,
Hmm.
you are a bit vulnerable on the black squares, even though it's nothing to worry about unless the knight gets to d6. So I would say that you cannot ignore it just for the square on c4.
Hmm.
Of course, after a takes b2, you can move your knight, but yet knight d6, knight c5 is the thing I would be mostly worried about. Depends perhaps on the way whether knight f5 works here or not. Because after knight f5, the knight d6 move is out of the way, because it would always result on the mate on g7 with queen g2. So if you take on b2, I have knight b3, and okay, queen a5 is not yet an issue, but even like ideas to get the black's queen on a6 in order to hit on a2 can be interesting. So I would say if you don't play b3, you should check out a move like knight f5, no?
Let's do it. I mean, it's such a peculiar setup on the king side for black. So, like, it feels like the rook on f8 is trapped for life because of their own knight on e8. But
Mm-hmm.
this knight on e8 is kind of useful because it covers the g7 square, which is very important. And
Which is the most important
yeah,
square
yeah,
in
yeah,
black's
yeah,
position.
definitely. And I'm a bit puzzled how to create even a single direct threat with white.
On g7.
Yeah, so obviously, like, in terms of plan, we should put our bishop to h6, then play queen
Mm-hmm.
g2 and make bishop g7 check, was kind of be, or should it be a little bit unpleasant for black, but still, like, when the bishop gets to h6, black should be on time to play king h8, rook g8. So after knight f5, I would rather consider king h8, because
Mm-hmm.
queen g2 would be met with rook g8, and if bishop h6, I'll play rook g8 first, trying
And if I
to.
go rook g1,
I'll play rook g6 and pretend to be super solid now on the king side.
yes, you're right
So
about that.
probably you can start with rook g1, which is could be a little bit wiser option.
Mm-hmm.
But rook g1, like, on the contrary, can be considered as a waste of a tempo. But now it's a job
I
to
mean,
done
we
for
don't
black
swear.
how to create a threat on the queen side. So I'll be creating threats on king side, if you don't mind, and you'll be creating threats on the queen side, or we can
So you give
change
me
it
the
up.
tougher color.
No, no, we can, like, I can press Control F, and
Yes.
we can do it
Okay, I
vice
will take
versa.
on b2. This is principle.
So, but now you play with black, or I play with
Yes, I
black.
know. No, no, you play with white now
Okay.
because you wanted to create threats on the king side, and the king side is where white actually is attacking.
Okay, great. A takes B2. I think maybe it's a good time to resign for white. I just realized
You
that
mean
knight.
of rook
y-
takes a2?
Yeah, because of rook knight takes e4 and knight is c3 check, which which
Okay,
kind of
maybe
makes me
we
feel a
played
bit
it
anxious.
yeah, maybe we played it with rook g1 a little bit too
Major,
ambitious.
yeah.
But if you play b3, then still knight takes e4 can be annoying.
Hmm.
However, it's never a mate, but it's an exchange. So that could be actually that knight f5 is too ambitious. I mean, it was a try because it had a threat, but on the other hand, of course, we lose the protection on the square e4 or the pawn in e4 to be precise.
And That's why b3 was the move made by Jan. So only because of the multiple threats taken on b2 and e4, and particularly in this position, knight e4 fails because of knight takes e4 and queen g2. That's we've been talking about when we've
Yes.
discussed which rook to put to f1. So this example like clearly like shows off the utility of keeping the rook on d1, keeping the tension on d file. So like that's a kind of a discovery check, but in a little bit different way. But it just kills immediately. So knight e4 is not possible for black. Well, I probably still make a little bit more convenient for the spectators, like turning the board back.
Yes, it's easy to see
Yeah,
it quite somehow.
promising you to help you finding the threats with black. So,
Okay, b3, maybe like if you play b3 and you have time for b3, I go for king h8.
mhm.
Even so, I have d4 as well, which might be okay. After d4, I will never mate you again. But the question is like, how good is my positional advantage against my king's weakness on h8, right?
It seems to me that d4, like giving up the tension, won't be a great
On this,
idea.
yes, because then actually like white has a shot on only one wing, and this is something actually like very, let's say, basic. When you attack on the wing and the center is static,
Hmm.
it's much better than if you attack on the wing and the center is flexible, because then when the center is static, it's very hard to um, experience a kind of counter. That's why actually he's right. I mean, Danny is right about what he said about d4, because with playing d4, you put your center in a kind of static position, and then white has a free go on the king side, whereas black is lacking counterplay on both on the wing and on the center, because he just closed it up. So yes, d4 is very risky from this perspective.
Hmm. Yeah, therefore, let's suggest something more flexible, more active, or more, I'd say, protective for black, because there is a bunch of threats like hanging on. Probably queen g2 or bishop h6 first. It's like bishop h6 is probably a direct threat because, like, if you allow me to trade the knight, uh, the e8 knight, your king will be lacking protection. So probably bishop h6 could be a potential threat after b3.
Yeah. So
So
maybe
in
king
terms of
h8
bishop h6 threat, king h8, I agree,
looks
would
good.
be quite a decent move.
I think b3 was played, no?
Yeah, b3 was played instead of knight f5,
Which makes sense
which makes
now after
sense
what
and
we analyzed.
probably like clearly like illustrates the current Jan Nepomniachtchi style of play, because he probably he kind of stopped to be all-in player. Now he's being bored a bit more age, a bit more wise.
Wisdom, yeah.
Yeah, he gained a bit of wisdom for sure, especially after the match against Magnus. And
Even
here,
so, I think that he lost the match against Magnus not on the chess base, but on the other actually level in terms of mental strength
like
and pressure. He must,
psychological.
yes, he must have felt a lot of pressure in terms of like expectations.
Hmm.
He got a lot of support before the match, I guess, from the Russian Chess Federation. And then, of course, the expectations to get back the title to a country which was always a country considered to be like the country of chess world champions. Maybe this pressure actually was too much for him in a way, and he couldn't handle it at this time. That's my guess, but I can be wrong.
I would rather agree with you because like current Russian, uh, like the current state of Russian chess reminds me favorite like football fan song, the favorite song of English like fans of England national team, which I witnessed twice in a row, being in World Cup 2018. I've been to England against Croatia and England against Belgium for the bronze medals, and their motto, their favorite fan song is like "Football coming home." And it's the same like chess crown is coming home to Russia. And
Yes, and it,
and there is a phrase in this song like 30 years of dreaming. Like no, 30 years of hurt never stopped me dreaming. So the
I
last,
mean, yes, but if you consider how many world champions the former Soviet Union had, there were quite a lot. I mean, there was Karpov, there was Kasparov, there was Botvinnik, there was
yeah,
Alyoshin.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
So it's like, yeah, a huge list of world champions. And okay, the first match or the first chance you had to get back the title was a match in 2014 with Karyakin, and you were so close that at some point they believed that now with Yanni Pomnishi they would have someone who can make this so close, changing into a victory. I mean, this is like my kind of exception, my kind of reason why actually like he might have not managed to cope with the pressure in a way.
Well, Karakin was a bit closer, but regarding his style of play in this particular match, like it would be like justice. It would be a little bit unjustified.
Yes, I mean, even though I really enjoyed this match because for me it was like that the grinder was playing against the Minister of Defense.
Yeah, yeah,
And the strategy was not bad because I mean the way Kayakin defended in this match was
yeah. That
incredible.
was exceptional for sure.
I mean, just incredible. So it was for me one of the most exciting matches I've seen of Carlsen in this regard.
Because most of the matches like appear to be more likely one way. He won, I think, +3 against Anand in 2013 in India. Was it
Hmm.
+3? Then in
I'm not sure, but all the matches before Kayakin were a one-man show in a way.
yeah, well, it was definitely a very, very tense match against Caruana, but
True.
it was literally a blowout in the tie breaks,
Hmm.
which still keeps me being a bit like doubtful of like the essence of rapid chess.
I agree with you because actually I think either after the match against Kayakin or the match against Caruana, I'm not sure they were a huge discussion about making an uneven number of games
Hmm.
and then saying like that someone who gets white as like one more white is forced to win in order to win the match. But this is also like in my opinion not a great solution because you know how much is the margin of a draw in such like matches when you
Hmm.
have two very strong and players playing each other. So then I would be the one to take black as game number 13 in that case.
Hmm.
So I think this is also not a solution in a way.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. There is no way how to decide it clearly. I mean, in terms of like objectivity.
Yes, but you can also do it like this. If after 12 games it's 6-6, then you play as long someone is winning. But this could also mean you play forever
Yeah,
if you're like
you remember this like everlasting match between
Karpov
Karpov
and
and
Kasparov.
Kasparov?
Yes, but this is like what it could turn out to because especially when you have players like Caruana playing Carlsen or Kayakin playing Carlsen, you know, with such a positional style this match could last 10 more games and then you it would be impossible like for everybody to hold this
Hmm. Yeah,
or
but
we have a move.
maybe it's not a bad idea not to like change the time control. I mean, like the first tiebreak could be at least like a very modern time control, 1 hour plus 5 seconds per move. Like
Yes, this could
because
be better,
after
yeah.
after playing 2 hours plus like 30 minutes after a move 40, and then playing 25 minutes, it's a drastic change of. I mean,
Yes,
it's very
of
difficult
speed,
to
yeah.
readjust yourself to another time control after 12 games in a row.
No, I agree with that. Maybe this is like a good solution to make half the time with 1 hour and 5 seconds or 10 seconds, even something like that, and say like there are 2 games a day and you make 2 days of matches or something.
Hmm. Yeah, fair point. That's that's a good idea indeed.
Mm.
Yeah, I think we should be back talking particularly
About
chess.
King h8 as expected, and
Yeah,
he just grabbed the pawn.
yeah, being very pragmatic. And now I've been a little bit puzzled with knight d6 aiming knight e4. Like how would also knight b5. So it's a kind
Yes,
of a double threat. And well, probably rook f6, as I say, is a little bit too much.
but okay, even if you play knight b5 or knight e4, I have always knight e2. I mean, at least for a moment. So if I start, let's say, with something like okay, bishop h6 is maybe after knight e4 a bit much, even though I would say that it's not that drastic. Yeah.
Hmm.
Rook f6, as you mentioned, I agree with you. It's a bit too much. So queen g2 could be an option. However, you run into rook g8, which was anyway a move which black wants to play here.
Yeah, and then we simply put our queen to h3, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Preparing something, but I'm not sure exactly what. So knight e4 is probably not an option because we simply take on e4 once and
And
play
play
rook
knight
rook f7 even there
rook
because
f7, yeah. Yes, but this means actually maybe we can just try to regroup the queen.
yeah,
That would
that's what I would agree with you with. So queen g2 would be my suggestion as well. I do like this move. I don't know why we decided to
we can play queen d3 and just prevent both knight moves. That should be at least
queen d3.
something. Yeah, queen d3 could also be an option. You can never afford yourself to play e4, I would say, because the diagonal can be too important. But probably black can answer with queen d7. And then actually like black. And besides, after queen g2, queen d7 might also be annoying, or queen c8.
Hmm. Just covering up the h3 square.
Yeah, just be prophylactic, yeah.
Shouldn't we neglect considering queen b4 at once?
Actually, queen b4 should not be neglected. The only critical move, if there's a critical move, because I'm not even sure that knight f5 is a critical move.
Knight f5 or knight e4 even.
Yes, one of these options.
So but
And
knight f5 at least
I
may
have
run into
d6 now.
g6, yeah.
Yes, yes, d6 is, of course, attack answered with a counter attack is always the first aim if you are in a defending situation.
Hmm.
And this,
So,
yeah,
and it turns out to be very, very bad position for black because after bishop d6, we can simply take on d6.
and then we play bishop g5 and we claim that you will not survive on the pin.
Yeah,
And you won't survive on the pin. Because knight e8 fails to queen takes f8 mate.
we can be arrogant, including rook d1, but it's a little bit too much.
Yeah, but
No, sorry, we
that's
cannot because there is knight g8, so I've made it just a stupid move. Yeah, queen f8, of course. Yeah, don't mention folks. It was just an
a funny
attempt
joke.
to be extraordinary, but it failed into like my own stupidity.
So yes, so I mean, like, okay, knight f5 is not a threat. Knight e4 is an option, but even here, can we play d6?
I think we can.
We play always d6 because to clear the d file and to get our rook on d1 into the game is in general a good solution. Because now, if the bishop takes d6, we can take on d6 with the rook again. So,
And knight d6 is played.
mm-hmm.
And queen b4 is an issue. And as we mentioned before, as we just mentioned, queen b4, we didn't see a proper refutation after knight e4 g6. Maybe not knight e4. Maybe it's a bit premature. But then if not knight e4, somehow black have to prove the... So now, like eventually they become being pawned down, being a pawn up just a couple of moves ago. Queen b4, who would be played? I don't see like anything against taking the pawn.
Yeah.
And what I see is that Firuja is
On
yeah,
31
yeah,
minutes.
it's very long time.
And Nepomniachtchi is blitzing it out.
Yeah, in his firm style.
I know. I mean, probably he's been thinking while Firuza was grinding about the position. I remember actually a very, very impressive show by Nepomniachtchi in the Dortmund Chess Classics. I'm not sure it was 2018 or 2019, but you know, the guy actually finished some of the games with more time than the initial time he had before the game.
Mhm. Yeah, you would
This is
rarely
like,
see it in the Dortmund chess tournaments.
but this was just amazing. As I said, it must have been to 18 or to 19, one of these years, but I've never seen that a player would just, well, finish with more time.
Did he win the game? Could it have been against Kulauts or
I think Nisipiano was a
Nisipiano?
game where he played a game against Nisipiano. It was some kind of Karlsbad structure, and Black played with his bishop e6 long castle line
Hmm.
in the Karlsbad structure, and it looked so easy for White. I mean, the way like the Pomnishi won was looking so incredibly easy. I was almost like shocked in a way. And then he had another game against Nisipiano because probably like Nepomniachtchi played in 2 years in a row in
Hmm.
Dortmund. I'm not sure. And then he had another game in Petrov against Nisipiano, maybe a year later. And also this game appeared to be kind of one man show.
And
It
Queen
was very
b4
impressive.
is
It was
played
played.
by, yeah,
How much time did he spend on that move?
I think
2 minutes?
1 minute.
Mm. Probably he had been working it out already, like before Firouzja met his move, because 96 was predictable.
Yeah, otherwise it's a bit difficult to make to coordinate the pieces. So you wouldn't be really threatening anything with knight on e8, and Firuza decided to go kinda all in, giving up the b4 pawn.
Go all in by having no attackers really much close to the White's king. I think actually like Firouzja is close to be lost. That's my guess.
Yeah, I do believe I think the same actually.
I
So
mean, White is a pawn up. White has a safer king. White has space advantage. Black's only trump card, if you can call it a trump card, is a pawn on a3.
yeah, well I assume he can try double just to connect the rooks, playing queen g7 if I'm not blundering anything on spot, like
Bishop
playing
g5.
bishop g5 and well, I can keep going all in, but I don't see the proper way how to create even a single threat.
But I mean, you cannot really move the knight on d6 because I always have t6.
Yeah, I know. Maybe I can try rook fb8 still. Well,
Queen,
I may agree that my position is still lost.
queen h4.
Queen h4. I thought I can try rook a4, just try to kick out
I
your.
can take on f6 with a check.
Ah, that's what I blundered. Yeah, that's pretty easy.
I think it's over after queen h4. I mean, you can play knight g8, but if you have to play such a move, let's not discuss it. This is just a dead sentence.
Yeah, generally on that level, if Firuja will not come up with something mm,
And
like
bishop g5 is a
genius,
serious threat.
genial, it would be over very, very soon.
Hmm. I mean, he has to prevent bishop g5, I would say, because the knights are the only horses in the stall which is controlling some of the important squares.
Mhm.
But bishop g5 is, from the positional point of view, serious threat, and the stability point of view.
Bishop g5 almost forces Black's knight to retreat to g8 or e8.
Yes, but if you get rid of the bishop, even, I mean, the e7 guy, I mean, knight g8, I think is forced, no, almost.
If knight g8 is forced, most likely Firuja won't be happy with his position at all.
Well, this just means that maybe queen d7 can't be played, but on the other hand, bishop g5 is still a move which should be considered strongly.
What?
Maybe rook b8 he can try, at least to have knight c4 at some point and
Mhm.
asking the queen where to go. I think this looks more logical.
Yeah, that's correct. And probably queen h4 may fail into knight d5.
Yes, or knight e4. I mean, this I don't believe
Yeah,
now for
which
white.
what probably white will try to avoid of. So
Queen
queen
e1 probably,
e1
no?
looks very, very solid.
And now with knight c4, there's simply bishop h6 or bishop g5, and you say like you don't care. Even d6 can be interesting again.
Bishop g5 is somewhat I like, because knight d5 is not possible for many reasons.
But here, at least black has a chance to go back with his knight to d6 and not claim yet a loss.
Well, indeed, but like
Yes, of
probably
course, no, queen takes e5. Actually, it is a loss, but
if knight bishop g5 was an objective in the initial position, we won't be very, very upset after playing queen e1 bishop g5. And
mm,
yeah, so feels like Firuja is potentially like
in big
in
trouble.
a big trouble. Yeah.
So maybe we should focus now on Ding Liren against Caruana in the next game,
Mhm.
because this game is also kind of important in terms of the favorites or the declared favorites by very strong chess players such as Magnus,
Mhm.
saying that Ding Liren against Caruana are the ones who have the biggest chances to win it. But you know, sometimes it can be that also strong players would claim those two to be the favorite because somehow you don't want the same guy to win 2 years in a row because you want to see a new match.
Yeah.
No way, you know, that's why actually like you neglect the fact that Nepomniachtchi, obviously if he wins the tournament once, he's able to win the tournament twice because he showed that he can do it, right? But nobody is declaring him as any favorite in this field, which is strange.
Yeah. But you know, I think the only way how the rematch would earn more attention than the initial match would be if like hypothetically Carlsen loses against the contender and asks for the rematch, for the revenge, and I think it's gonna be like the this this news will be like an absolute shock for the chess world. Not a shock, but obviously it will
Yes,
influence a lot of like interest in chess.
but imagine Nepomniachtchi is winning again. I mean, I'm not even sure because, okay, I didn't follow it so closely whether Carlsen signed to play the World Championship match, the next one. or whether he still keeps his decision pending in terms of seeing who's winning the candidates. Because if Nepomniachtchi wins the candidates, for Carlsen it will be super tough, I believe so, to find some motivation playing the same opponent again, who he last year beat with like +5 at the end.
+4, yeah.
Oh, +4. I don't know if it was +4
Yeah,
plus
+5
five,
would be
but
like way too much humiliating. So +4
yes,
like
but
should be
plus
enough.
four is already quite humiliating in a way, but yeah. But you know what I mean. It's not about the pluses, but this was the opponent which appeared to be the easiest by score. Even though I think if Nepomniachtchi wouldn't have lost this ending after 8 hours,
Hmm.
it might have turned out to be a different match.
Yeah, it was the turning point of the match. So it, yeah, I agree. It would be not easy for Carlsen to find an extra motivation, and already in his interviews, he mentioned that is he's only super motivated to play Faruja. But I'm a bit surprised because I I saw, I think I had a look on the direct encounter between, I mean the matchup, the score, the direct score
Mm-hmm.
between Carlsen and Firuza, and Carlsen is like, if we include the games played in internet, I think the difference like +15 or something like that, and I'm a bit surprised why Carlsen. Uh,
Would choose him, but I can tell you why. Because the speed Firuza is growing chess wise, I mean, in terms of level, is such a huge speed that Carlsen probably expects
mhm.
Firuza to be already like a much stronger player the older he is, or the older he gets.
Yeah,
And
the velocity of his chess development is like insane.
and you cannot see any other player developing into a much stronger player because they are already all adults. So there's
Mhm.
not to expect more than maybe +10 or 20 rating points,
And
perhaps.
this match being a very good newsmaker with Ferrugia would like certainly receive a lot of attention like from any community, because you
Yes,
see the clash of the generations, you see the clash
yes.
of the cultures, you see the clash of two different methods and approaches to learn the game, and it will be very entertaining to follow it precisely.
No, I totally agree. And that's what yeah, is important as well in chess, not only the chess but also the things around chess.
Mhm.
So yes, we should switch to Ding.
Rooks. By the way, Rook C8 is played instead of Rook B8, and this is the current position, but it's unlikely to change the verdict of the iron. It might be just a huge advantage for Nepomniachtchi, in a very pleasant position to play, in my point of view, because of the at least temporarily safety of the White's King, and we are approaching to the one of the like at like rare decisive results of the tournament, and let's move on to um
Ding Liren against Caruana,
yeah, I think we've lacked of giving attention to dealing against Corona
and to mainly all the other games
and all the other
because of
games. Yeah,
yeah.
because in Nepomniachtchi against Firouzja is super entertaining,
Mm.
and this is the current position. We have a lot of things already changed. I think after move a5, we've decided to switch it off in order to
Mhm.
have a look of something more interesting. So this is an absolutely symmetrical position. Well, it's not like absolutely symmetrical, but we have an only open file C file, where white maintained a little control of it, but queen b3 was played, probably with an idea to putting their knight on b5. Rook c8, rook takes, queen b6. So Caruana decided to define everything on the board. So probably he was a little bit um,
It's not
he was
what
a
you
little
want
bit
as
afraid
black.
of doubling on c file.
Hmm. No, okay, here of course, like it looks like a very even position, but there's one thing which actually is the most important. In such kind of position, especially when a lot of pieces are traded already, the importance about who's owning the only open file suddenly might be decisive for the eventual
Hmm.
result. And here, of course, it's Caruana who has to somehow keep the control of the C file in a way under control, because P6 is the first victim to be suffering from the fact that currently white is possessing it. So he voluntarily give up the pawn, because if he allows rook c6 and rook c1, he can almost resign from the positional point of view.
Hmm. And queen d6 wasn't a solution because of rook c3, and white maintained the same idea, doubling on c file and invading the c6 square, which could be decisive. Rook c8 was played instead, so it definitely suits Caruana's style of play. So when he's suffering a little, he tries to like
Create some counterplay.
create some counterplay and solve it out just on spot. Rook c8, queen b6, like the most principal line. a4.
Which is typical, trying to fix the pawn structure and claiming that a4 is as much valuable as b2, a3, which is a good kind of technical move. But as long b3 is in the pipeline, white can still claim to be a solid pawn up.
Mhm.
Now, of course, however, the benefit of like sacrificing the pawn for black is that he is in the possession of the c file, and he claims that this possession may give him enough counterplay or compensation for the sacrificed pawn.
Yeah, fair point. Obviously, white is not risking in this position, in this particular position. So queen b4 was Ding's decision. Queen c2, b3, trading the only remaining pawn on the queen side, which is kind of logical in order to just to start pushing the a pawn and distract the attention from our own king. Knight
Mhm.
e4, and now it's Ding to move, and I'm trying to figure out the threat of knight e4, or he just put his knight on e4.
It's not a threat, because if you don't do that, then first of all, rook c1 is coming, and then f3, and the knight on f6 becomes useless.
Mhm.
Now you cannot push f3, I would dare to claim, because knight c3 could be annoying. And you cannot play rook c1 because f2 is hanging. So the knight on e4 gives, of course, some troubles. And I'm not sure what white should do here. If white should play knight c5, but after knight c5, white would lose. Would white lose a pawn or not? If you take queen takes, for example,
Mhm. Otherwise, then rook c8
otherwise you
comes.
lose a pawn, yeah.
Queen
Queen
takes.
takes, and now rook a8. But then can you play rook c1 and you are in time to come back?
Yes, I think I'm in time to come back, but still it remains.
Oh wait, no, I will maybe start with rook b1.
And this is more clever, indeed, because I'm kind of forcing you to play g5.
Yes, because king f8 here, I think, is running into c6
Hmm.
now. And even if you give up a3, however, it's not so clear, because I'm also on a
No, no,
back
no, I play
rank.
c7 first, yeah. And if rook
Ah,
c3, promoting
then
the
I
pawn, we
and
cover up
guarding.
the c1 square, which is important,
Hmm.
which is vital. So rook b1. Mm, well, I do I do like this move. I like this move so much. It's more logical than putting the rook behind the c pawn because in case of rook c1, black is just there in
But that
time
can
to put
just
the
take
king.
on a3, no? Even maybe this, maybe not actually, because then after, for example, like rook takes a3 is good to show.
Hmm.
C6, rook a8, c7, rook c8, and now I believe rook b1 could be very upsetting.
Indeed. So rook c8 is kind of provocative, but black should simply respond with king f8 instead of rook a3. But rook b1 is probably the
Hmm.
best move in case of this position appears on the board. So knight c5 is not played yet, but I
The
don't like
alternative,
if there are any
a4 is
alternative.
an a4 can be the alternative.
I'm trying to find a way how black can create a threat.
H5 should be played.
h5, and I'll be very, very stubborn as always.
H4,
I think it would
H4,
be
H3.
wise to mate with h3.
Mm-hmm. And now I have to be inventive. Well,
Super
F5 is too
inventive.
much.
Yeah, f5 is a little bit too much.
Yeah, okay, but I don't see like another alternative than to.
Maybe you can keep the tension, maintain it after rook a8 because it's not that easy for white itself to progress because rook on f1 is kind of like engaged with protecting f2 pawn for life.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like temporarily white is playing with being rook down, but
Yes, so but actually for this reason, this H5, H4 is still not such a bad idea to include because F3 is always like something which could connect to a bad square on G3. So maybe this is a way for Caruana to play with H5,
mhm.
H4.
So when I'm a bit curious with f3 inclusion after h5 immediately,
So knight C3.
knight c3, or after you weaken the e3 pawn, maybe knight d6 is not that senseless at all.
Hmm.
But then you have knight a1, which looks a bit awkward, but maybe forcing black queen to retreat to c6 or c7, which potentially can give us a little breathe out.
Yeah.
But knight c3 is more direct.
No, I like knight C3. I like more because we cut off the queen somehow to
Mhm.
somehow return in a way, right?
Let's suggest white is able to play a5
Mm-hmm.
if we can create even a single threat, like knight d1 or knight e2. Somehow knight d1 I like a little bit more, but it
Mm-hmm.
all depends if black is on time to detain the a pawn. So knight d1, but then it's probably not a solid move for many
But
reasons.
question, can I play queen D2?
Yes, I was curious about it. After queen d2, probably I do take on d2. You take a play knight e3. That's all forced.
Okay,
After rook
one.
a1,
You play knight C4 and you claim that this is a draw?
not really, because
I can play knight B3?
we're
Or
or we can take on c4 and we're just in time to block the pawn.
yeah. So even this is a longer discussion. Yeah, okay, but we can agree that actually if someone has a chance to win the game, it's clearly Ding Liren.
Yeah, with the rook
And
behind the pawn. That's a very well-known chess pattern that in rook endgames, the best way to place your rook is just behind your own passed pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And White's king seems to be more active. I think it will approach to c4 pawn as soon as possible, and Black could even be losing immediately. So, like knight d1 looks a little bit risky in terms of strategical voice. Knight e2, that's our Paehtz approach to give a check while we see it. Like king h1 is an only move.
Yes, because king f2, maybe we can mention it briefly, would not be a good idea for many reasons.
Yeah, for many knight jumps.
Yeah,
Like
knight takes d4 is the easiest, but maybe there's knight f4, which is just it's not yet made. It could be interesting after queen takes, like
no, no, no,
silence is gold in f6.
it's mating.
Are you
Yeah.
you don't want to have a silent move, but silent move maybe is
Oh,
not. I
okay,
thought like
great.
f6 because if you play e4, have queen g5 check, and otherwise do something against g5.
Well, yeah, it's up to you. Like
They
it's a matter of taste.
They say like that in all this kind of tactical encounters and calculations, the most dangerous moves are usually not the concrete and forced ones, but the so-called silent
Hmm.
moves. They might have a huge impact on the outcome and the eventual evaluation of any kind of calculation process. That's why, ladies and gentlemen, whenever you calculate, look for the silent moves at the end of the line before you get a conclusion.
Yeah, that's correct. They could be easily out of the vision because
Hmm.
like regarding the nature of every chess player tries to calculate the force line first, and then some column
Yeah.
lines, but silent moves in the end or during, like in the middle
The
of.
calculation process is the most difficult one. That's why also like the topic of parallax is one of the most difficult
Mhm.
ones in chess, because that is mainly what is connected with silent moves. So,
Engage
do we
one.
have a move from Ding
Yeah, we've
yet?
got a little update, but I'm a bit puzzled how. Oh, wow, Queen C4.
So we played a4 as we expected as one of the options, and Queen c4 was played.
But once again, after Knight C5, that the move we've been briefly looking at, we've summed up that after Knight C5, Queen C5, D takes C5, Rook A8, Rook
Mm-hmm.
B1.
Could be interesting for white, but like since I was like now a little bit wondering about it, maybe black doesn't need to take on c5 but can play knight d2, and it's not so well. You have rook e1 yet. I thought like that you don't have many squares
Yeah,
for.
while we outbound the knight from E4, it can at least, like human-wise, it it tends to be in white's favor, like the
Mm-hmm.
inclusion of knight c5, knight d2. Maybe it's still not that clear because we haven't made a prophylactical h2 h3 yet, but it's very very difficult to exploit the temporary drawbacks of white's position. So knight c5 was like at least very very considerable, like to say the
Mm-hmm.
least. But maybe it could easily be that after a4 he blunders queen c4 because I didn't see it either. And now after queen c4 pawn takes with such knight on e4, like in worst case black will receive 4 against 5. It will be the worst scenario for them. But knight c5
Wait, I have an idea. No, 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 no. We play f3.
here,
Yeah.
then probably we can fall into the same motif. No, we do
Mm,
not.
no, we don't, because we are not on back rank mate
Hmm.
anymore. And this actually gives them f3 could be the only move to keep the position alive. I mean,
But once again, it can easily transpose to 4 and 3 with a little bit, uh,
you mean 5 against 4?
sorry, yeah, 5 against 4 with e like double pawns on e file, which probably I would keep my pawn being on f2 in terms
Okay,
of
but you're
concept.
like, yes, I understand, but I mean, the question is like if you have an alternative apart from the move f3 here.
Let's take a look.
Knight c5 is the only
Yeah,
logical
but
response
he
because
almost blitzed it out because we like just yet we had the position with queens on board, and then after capturing the queen on c4, he played queen c5, like only spending a few seconds. So he probably
so
okay,
knight
he
c5.
might be he might calculate it all, but
No, I'm
well,
sure that Ding Liren doesn't play a4 if he didn't calculate queen c4. I mean, because there are not so many candidate moves for
hmm
black to be considered apart from rook a8, maybe rook c8. There was h5 and queen c4 from the attacking moves in this position, or the moves which would improve a little bit black's life. So knight c5. So he claims that in case of capture, and I guess you have to capture,
hmm
otherwise it's nothing. And here rook c8. Now, if I don't get it, to be honest, c5 is good
neither
move.
me, absolutely.
Do we miss something? I mean, rook c1 is rook c5. Rook a1, rook takes c5, a3, c3, a6.
No, but it doesn't
This
work.
doesn't work for white, no?
Yeah, absolutely.
Rook b1 can be played, but we don't. Oh wait, rook b1,
Ah,
king
I
f,
got the idea. Probably I got the
king
idea.
king f8. Let's
You
say.
want to play king f8, but I was curious how to like if black start with c3, then rook b4, but then you have
Yes,
rook d8, which is somewhat annoying. But then I have king f1. You play c2, and
c2.
probably I do resign. Yeah, I resign there.
Yeah, that's a good way to spoil like Ding's position.
hmm
Hmm.
But rook c8 probably solves an issue for black. I mean,
Okay, rook b1. Let's play rook b1. I was wondering, like rook b1, you have to do. Ah, you can do c3.
yeah, that's what I was worried about.
Okay, king f1,
Yeah, play c2.
2.
You're
Oh,
forced.
that's
I take on c5. You play king
and
e2.
that's a deadly draw.
Yeah, and yeah, maybe I make some kind of accurate move like. No, it's not
It doesn't
accurate move.
matter. Rook c4 is an accurate move, no?
Yeah, I provoke you to play a5. Then I play g5. Let's see.
Right.
Not g5, g6.
Okay.
And then I play
And
rook a4, and it's a dead draw.
mhm. This was rook c8 already on the board. No, he's still thinking, right? But let's see, did we miss something? Knight takes c5. Knight takes c5, in my opinion, is knight c5 was on the board, right?
Like it could. We
That
should decide if it is a blunder or not, because probably he saw that f3 is an alternative, but he was not willing to go to this 5 on 4 with double e pawns, but like knight c5 is not given an extra pawn at all, so it just will transpose to 4 on 4 in our point of view.
actually, I just checked the difference because I was curious about f3 and knight c5. So, what do you think? What is the stronger move?
Well, probably not c takes b3, maybe just knight jump.
No, I mean like to compare knight c5 with f3. What was a stronger move?
In terms of evaluation,
Yes,
I think
knight c5 or
I would
f3.
rather bet on f3.
Yeah, f3 was a clearly difference of zero point 0.6 in units.
He could easily blunder that. Let's figure out what he actually blundered. So knight c5, d takes c5, like from the
Rook
human's
c8.
perspective, like everything what we've just analyzed was like completely logical. Rook c8.
I don't see a move but rook b1.
Well, not
Okay,
no
no,
much
I have an
difference.
idea. Maybe I have an idea. I go rook a1. You take on c5, and now I move with the king,
Uh-huh.
and I claim, but c3, king e2, c2, king d2.
And then you play king c1, and then you probably
Yes,
much
and then
better.
you go with the a pawn. Yeah, so this might be the thing which is Ding Liren trying.
So from the human's perspective, knight c5 is not senseless at all. While we've
Mm-mm.
discovered that there is rook a1. So yeah, kudos to you. It's a very nice idea. So you just play rook a1 and you.
I claim that the c4 pawn is a weakness.
That's correct.
But okay, let's take on c5. This we have king f1. And let's go, let's say king f8, just not to be on mate.
Hmm. King
King
e2.
e2. Yes, but at some point a5 is coming. But to play rook a5 is also painful.
No, rook a5 is not the solution.
Maybe we should check something else but rook c8.
How about c3, king d1 probably? Or you start with. No, you cannot start with a5.
No, no, I have to play
You have
king
to play
d1.
king d1, then I make a check.
King c2.
But then I'm not in time to.
That's a question if you're on time to capture the pawn on f2 or not.
Not really.
I think no, but I didn't calculate it. But okay, I could have played another move, but king f8. I could have played e5 instead to have rook f6, but I'm not sure this changes anything.
No, but then the back rank issue in some
It's
line
still
should appear.
yeah. No, but okay, maybe this line actually is practically speaking, because okay, in chess it's not always the goal to make the best move, but to make the best move in terms of practical defense. Maybe this is more clever from Ding Liren than the other line.
Yeah, practically speaking, because we all know that this kind of an endgame with 5 on 4, especially with the doubled e pawns, like won't be a very big issue to hold. Uh, I mean, it won't be an issue to make a draw for Caruana. And Ding Liren, like psychologically wise, decided to opt for a more fighting line, um, like which makes some kind of direct questions for black, because after rook c8, rook a1, at least up to now, we're failing to find like the direct refutation, like the direct draw.
I have a question. Like, let's say I don't go rook c8, but I go rook a8. You go still rook a1.
Mm, let me think for a while. Can I try c6, or it's a bit premature? Because probably c6 is somehow forcing king f8. And if you play king f8, I think I proceed with rook b1. No, but then you have rook c8 and you readjust yourself. And then you push the c pawn.
Yeah, okay, maybe like what we had was okay, but I mean, I'm not sure that I don't see like a good way of black to play without like feeling like upset about my position to have it on the board and defend it.
Yeah.
But yeah, Okay, maybe it's time to swap. We haven't been a while in the Rapport Nakamura game. I mean,
Yeah,
we
like paying too much attention to rook end games can cause you a lot of damage. Like, okay, we're switching
to Rapport against Nakamura
yeah.
because we have seen the ending at the very start and decided to switch
Hmm.
quickly.
And a
Like
lot of
easy done.
things, we have a lot of things changed in Rapport against Nakamura. I think mm, that
We
was
have
the
to
position
see
when we've stopped following the game mm,
more closely, yeah.
closely. Yeah, h5, knight c4, g4. Well, I'm a bit puzzled whether it is a good approach to like if it is a good response to White's simple plan to put in knight to f5. So rook d2 first, probably aiming to double on d file. I don't, pardon me. So uh, I'll switch off the update. Rook takes d2, rook takes d2, knight g5, knight a5 was played. And once again, like proposing a trade for like tr trying to take a b7 pawn for e4.
But e4 is not hanging, no? Yet.
Yet it's not hanging because of rook e2. So we will
Mm.
just illustrate to the spectators after knight e4, rook e2, f5, the pin issue. I mean, the pin pays off for white. So h4 was played, and this is what I like from Hikaru, because knight b7 potentially, like probably would be met with rook b8.
And suddenly, like White's king is not in the best moments of his
Yeah,
life.
absolutely not. So it has to escape from the very dangerous angle. So
Okay,
knight
first we have to
a5
move the
or knight
knight, yeah.
c5. Well, but there is nothing to talk about. So it's clearly that black is the side who is pushing, maybe
Mm.
winning. Then rook d3 was played. So now probably aiming to take on b7 because we have rook b3. Rook b3 idea to protect the knight. c5, h3. Wow.
Okay, h3 makes sense. Of course, on the one hand, I'm weakening my pawn structure. On the other hand, like I give some space back to the king side. If I allow h3 myself for white, then actually, like the problem is you never want to play g3 as the h2 pawn is a permanent weakness.
Hmm.
And if you don't play g3, then at some point there could be a capture on g2, knight f3 check, and I have still enough counterplay on the king side. And that's why to play h3 is perfectly useful here.
Yeah, that's a very good example of prophylactic thinking. Playing h3 before solving out mm, on the queen side.
I mean, also to maybe say that in case of h3 for black instead of c5, then I think Rapport was convinced that he actually can simply take on b7,
Hmm.
and well, in the worst case, he has always rook b3. That was the move rook d3 about, and it's not enough compensation for the kingside attack.
Yeah, that's correct. Still, I'm a little bit puzzled with the move like knight e4, because black pieces seem to be very, very active, and even rook e3 may
But
fail
can I
into
just
f5.
play knight? Sorry, can I just play knight c5 after your move?
Yeah, knight c5. I thought I can
Okay,
take on b3s. You take with the knight, and I just push the king towards the center.
I play f3.
But f3 is somewhat that bothers me.
And then I claim I will end up with the H pawn after knight
Uh-huh.
e4 check. I want to play knight e4,
Ah,
knight
sorry. Yeah,
f3.
knight
I mean,
d4 is
it's
more
not
solid.
clear how much. I mean, maybe this is not solid enough because of the king e5, knight f3, king f4. It's not so easy. I mean, it's not so clear yet.
Yeah, like the black's king is very, very active piece.
So even this is not so clear, but if someone can try to win, I think it's definitely white.
Hmm.
So this is the reason why actually Hikaru didn't look about h3 here and he played c5. And the idea of c5 also to explain is quite logical. In case of knight b7, he wants to throw in the move c4, taking the b3 square from white and then having rook b8 in the pipeline.
Hmm.
Ah, maybe I was too convinced about my plan. Interesting.
Yeah, indeed. So if c5, but then h3 was played instead of knight b7, so it might be a reason behind why Rapport decided not to take the pawn on b7.
Ah, I know. We first play rook b8. And in case of rook b3, we have c5, c4.
Yeah, that's crafty.
Yeah, but even this is not yet over because, okay, even so, like, okay, there's a funny trick with rook b4.
Hmm.
This rook b4, we would still threat to unpin by knight a5. But black is clever to play c5, I guess.
You know,
Or
somehow
even
you
yes,
you didn't avoid knight a5, but then after c takes
knight
b4.
d6.
Ah, you,
I
I know
don't.
you have rook b4. Yeah, you have rook b4.
Yes, I have rook b5, and then maybe I have a6 and getting to b6. And now it's difficult to. No, it's even here you have knight d6 to unpin. So, okay, let's stop this discussion here. Like, whenever like I try to pin you, like you will unpin myself with some funny tricks.
Yeah, but you know, like the game goes on after knight e4. Yeah, I would rather prefer
Yes.
black.
No, I mean, I agree. I just think like somewhere with the idea of C5, this is
Hmm.
what it's about. Let's say it in this way.
After c5, for which
H3
Hikaru
was
spent 11 minutes, h3 was responded only by 4 minutes. So he decided probably just not to work it out all, just
mm-hmm.
to make a move and see what's going on next. So h3 is uh, kind of practical move. Like practical wise, it's a very wise decision. h3, then g takes h3 was on the board. Trades b6, knight c6. Wow. Rook 8, knight b5, rook e2, knight c7, king e5. Yeah, I barely imagine Hikaru losing with such a king. Knight d5, rook a1, king
I
g2, and
know.
then knight e6.
Oh, those knights jumping like crazy. What is a pawn material? It's one
Like what?
plus for white,
Hmm.
but well, a lot of weak pawn, especially e4, are still to be protected.
And of uh, in case of f3, black has plenty of options.
Yes, we have a lot of candidate moves. We have rook b1, we have rook c1, we have rook e1.
Even f5 is not that senseless at
Yes,
all.
I wanted to say like also we have f5. It's hard to say. Okay, maybe rook b1 is not so great because of rook b3. This doesn't make
Mm.
so much sense. Maybe rook c1 is more useful to force you to get with your rook on
Like
the
rook
square.
d2 is kind of forced. Otherwise, like the knight cannot move because of knight f4 check.
And rook c3 can be annoying with b5 coming up for
Hmm.
black.
Like the rook on c3 is way too passive.
Yes.
And if rook d2, we can follow up with another knight jump, like knight d4. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to shake in your pawns.
Yeah.
Well, I can't say the game is heating up, but Nakamura has a very decent compensation for the sacrificed pawn, and
Yes, it's like,
seemingly not losing. Probably like the position is just equal.
yeah, white is a one to be accurate here.
Mhm.
I also agree with that.
Can we switch back to Nepomniachtchi Reza? I'm very curious what's going on there.
Well, according to Alireza's time of 1 minute left on the clock for 10 moves without increment, I think the chances or the odds are not in his favor, to say it like as a phrase from the Hunger Games.
I think I'm one of the fewest like people in the world who never seen at least one episode of
Of the
Hunger
Hunger
Games.
Games?
Yeah, yeah.
Come on, the first two actually are not bad. I like the first two, the third and the fourth. I agree, it's not needed, but the first two actually, like, I can recommend you. It's nicely done, especially the phrases like "the odds are not in," and "may the odds be in your favor."
Like it sounds like may the power be with you.
Yeah. But this is like, in a modern world to express not "may the power with you" is too tragical, but "may the odds be in your favor." It's especially like, I don't know if you understand or like you remember the relation to this phrase.
I think it's been
It's
in Star Wars, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, but I meant in the movie, it's basically like that. They throw annually participants of each district to participate
Ah,
in the
yeah, yeah,
Hunger
yeah.
Games, and only the winner survives.
Yeah, yes, I
And
know.
then,
I know the script, but I
yeah,
haven't spent a single minute watching it.
but before taking like a paper from the bunch,
Hmm.
they would say, "May the odds be in your favor." But the thing is, like, everybody hopes not to be taken because
Hmm.
it's like 90% death sentence, because only one from 10 or 12 participants survives. So your percentage of surviving is less than
Yeah,
10%.
that's very rigged.
Yeah.
Well, before the break, I think it would be a good idea to take a
Have
look
a
at
last look at
yeah,
Nepomniachtchi against
Firouzja.
Firouzja, even though I'm expecting this game to finish first.
No, but somehow Firouzja mm, came up with something very promising on the first side. Queen before rook c8 was played instead of rook b8.
Okay, rook c8 has some threats with knight c4
Yeah,
involved, which would be interesting.
this is a more flexible move. Bishop b6.
Yeah, it makes sense because with bishop e6 we clear the e file, and then queen e1 would create a threat, which is absolutely justified to have this extra threat with
But
d5.
intuitively, bishop b6 is somewhat
It's
I
not what
don't
your
like.
intuition say, but on the other hand, it's perfectly sensible because the queen has to go back, in my opinion, to e1 anyway.
Yes, but what was wrong with putting the king on e1 at once? Like
Like
once again, if we follow the rule that the threat is
stronger than
stronger
the
than
ex-
the execution, so we go queen e1, and then mm, like depending on where black put their queen, we go bishop g5 or bishop b6. So
Actually, I'm wondering if I can play knights, no, knight c4 and rook b8 and bishop b4 is
no, but then I have
complicated.
c3 at least, so probably I'm still safe.
I like bishop b6 because, I mean, we have the same position with the queen on d7, the bishop on b6, but e5 is hanging, and this is a very, very important pawn.
Hmm.
That's why actually the inclusion of bishop b6, even though it's not the intuitive way of playing, because you put your bishop on pre, yet the pawn on e5 is a nice target.
But in comparison to the position with the pawn on d5, now it became a little bit more shaky for white, I think.
Okay, the bishop on c3 is protecting everything which needs to be protected, I would claim.
Fair point. And now after knight d5, I suppose you would simply retreat to a1. At least you will
Yeah,
consider it.
yes,
Should
I
we
would.
consider bishop e5 at all? Not really.
Hmm.
Knight e5 because I don't want to allow your knight to go to c3 at once. Yeah, and then somehow I'm planning to sacrifice on d5.
Yes, but maybe I shouldn't take on e5. I don't want to take on e5. But I mean, apart from that, you have 1 minute on the clock and a complex position. You don't have any increment, and you have 10 moves to do. I think this is almost impossible.
Yeah, that's
And
insane. I mean, can we ask to switch the board to Nepomniachtchi Reza? I mean, on the right corner.
we, we got the right board, but we got the wrong time consumption of the other
Yeah, because we
players.
have Rapport against Nakamura, so
Above, yes. So we see the totally wrong time because the time doesn't match to the game.
mhm.
No, but I can tell like Nepomniachtchi has almost 1 hour left, and Firouzja has 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, like this, it makes me being very curious. Like the Firuza clocks is ticking, and he's a minute.
No,
He has a
95 was played, and it's actually Nepomniachtchi's clock ticking.
okay, and it would be
And knight f4 was played by white, which is actually quite decent, as
mhm.
I
Just to
exchanged one of
simplify the
the.
things. Take f6. I
Hmm,
mean, with being such low on clock, Nepomniachtchi can try to find like
some
some
complicated.
kind of like a low blow, like queen e2 or rook h4, aiming queen e4. Let's say rook h4 at once. It's not that senseless because f5 is not a threat because rook c4, and I think like the exposure of black's king would pay off definitely.
So knight takes d6 is the only possible way.
Hmm.
But here already, I'm wondering if like rook takes d6, knight f5, and rook takes h7 motif
He's
can arise.
yeah, it can arise, but he started from queen e2, which is yeah. I'm trying to figure out what is the difference between queen e2 and rook h4. Of course, we're not obliged to play rook h4, but after knight d6, yeah. So Firouzja played knight b2, which is probably not a good move because even after bishop b2, there is no mating threats at all. We just put our rook to c4 or a4. Being a pawn
Hmm.
up, I think it's absolutely winning position. But I'm being very curious if knight d6 is possible there.
Okay, we
So
have rook d4, but then rook d4 can be answered by knight b5, so this is not the move. We have bishop b4 maybe.
bishop before is a move. I agree.
Mhm.
And then if bishop e7, which is kind
Take
of
that knight.
take
And
that
play
knight.
knight f. We play that take that knight. I thought like, and we play knight f5,
Yeah, fair point.
and we just basically finish the game on the white squares maybe.
I'm not that sure.
Or
Like
yet, yes.
100% because you can like try to protect the seventh rank playing rook b7, but I would agree that this position in white's favor because of the like because of the benefit of the clearance sacrifice, as you said, right?
Yes, a clearance sacrifice besides the
So,
white
so
squares.
I'm learning a lot,
No,
making
actually,
it
I
much
also
more.
didn't know this expression of the clearance sacrifice. I asked Lawrence because it's like something very important in terms of positional patterns.
Mhm.
And I asked him exactly like how is it called when you give a pawn and empty or clear a square, and he said like it's a clearance sacrifice.
Still, I consider knight d6 capture if it's not losing by force. would be a more rigged decision because after knight b2, like everything is exposed and knight b2 killing its own attack. And yeah, and Firouzja has only 7 moves remaining just to not to blitz out but to bullet them out, literally, because he has maybe less than 40 seconds remaining for 7 moves. Like the situation is just horrible for him.
And yes, it's a
While
good moment to leave you basically with that game because you will have a lot of entertainment, I'm sure, in the next minutes or half an hour because,
I
yeah,
do believe Nepomniachtchi will take his time and try to implement a very not only strong but creative decision that could be just out of Ferrugia's eye, and he will try to spend a little bit more time, but he's absolutely lacking off. So I would rather expect Nepomniachtchi calming down for a while and making a bunch of moves. No, but Rook df1 is played
and Rook E8 was answered, so they're blitzing out still.
well.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there's already some tactical trick.
Mhm. You know what I would play Rook h4? It's like we're a minor pawn up, so we are a knight up because knight on b2 doesn't have any kind of perspectives.
And Queen D6 fails to Rook takes H7 and Queen H5,
Hmm.
or even Queen H5 instantly, Knight F5, something
Yeah,
like
at
that.
least, at least.
Mm. No,
So
this is clear. Like Nepomniachtchi will win today. I mean, I would be surprised if he would slip off this great opportunity.
yeah, I don't expect it as well. But after Rook h4, I would rather suggest Rook b7.
Yes, of course, being prophylactic here with the H7 pawn is a wise decision.
Yeah,
I,
but like despite the fact Rook b7 is possible, knight f5, I mean, just like it's game over, literally.
the game is over. Yeah, no
f5,
chance.
f5 is played. So
Okay, but
we are following Blitz game instead of the classical one because Feruza spent too much time
the
and
F5 looks. Like if I'm like a kind of I would call it like a sadist. I go rook f4 back. I know rook, yes, I go rook f4 back and just say like it takes a f5 pawn.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
It's like it's not even a discussion.
That would
Even
be
rook,
very, very practical.
yeah, you can also go rook h5, but I mean f5 is just basically resigning because f5 pawn is falling.
Like person, I would try to calculate Rook h7 capture. Well,
Yes,
like I think Rook f4 is winning. Rook h5, even Knight takes f5. I think is like leads to the winning position because Black's king is totally exposed, even if you take on h4. I mean, like
I learned from Tefyakov when you have a winning position, there's no need to sacrifice.
that's correct.
Because why to prove something if there's nothing to prove?
Hmm.
If you just keep calm and use your advantage.
That's correct.
17 seconds left on the clock. I
For
mean,
5 moves.
ah,
But like it's been almost a blowout. It was almost a one-sided game.
yes, it was very one-sided today. I mean,
I mean, regarding the time consumption, like firstly, so it took twice less time for Nepomniachtchi to make not like worse moves,
yeah.
and like eventually he's just winning on time
And on position.
and on position as well.
I'm just calculating. Rook takes h7. I think it works actually because it's very simple. You take rook h7, king h7, queen h5. You have to go for king g8. And now you simply take on f5 with the threat of rook g1 and queen h8 mate. And with how many seconds on the clock for, let's say, 15
Rook
seconds?
h7 is played.
Yeah. He is finishing it in style.
Queen h5.
5, yes. King g8 is forced. This queen h6 doesn't work because of I can take on e8. So, and now I take on f5, and it's
Yeah, that's
knight
game over.
h6, rook g1 with 10 seconds, no chance. Even if you find something, you will not find it. Oh, bishop f6, he found something to fight.
Let's finish the game in style, but probably there is still no necessity to do it, so we can like
I
if
think
check.
check on g no check on g6 and knight h6. I thought is the easiest.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. Now rook g1 he's played.
Okay,
King f8. Might be some
check on
cool
h6.
mating idea.
Check on h6. Check on h7. Mm, yeah. You see, and with my other moves, bishop d2.
Yeah, bishop g2. That's what I like. That's correct. And no protection from bishop h6. I would predict that to be the end of the game. But rook g1 and Firouzja decide to resign. Like we got the
Yes.
first result of the day. It's been a decisive game between Nepomniachtchi and Firouzja. That's what we've actually expected.
We
We
expected a result. We didn't say for whom,
Yeah, we
but
expected the game to be decisive, and
mm,
we like it. We fulfilled it. It complied our expectations, and I think we're heading for
towards
towards the short break, and we will be back soon with a rather uh,
less
less,
thrilling games.
yeah, with less than thrilling games, but still not decided yet. So stay tuned. Don't switch off. We will be back shortly. the studio, and we've got only one remaining game aside. Uh, Rapport and Nakamura eventually ended up in a draw, and the game we've paid attention less to, Duda against Radjabov, also finished in a draw, and we might have a little look on that
on
particular
the
game.
remaining move. Yeah. So we saw the position actually. I think the last time we saw the position after f5, I
Hmm.
guess. No.
Yeah, I do believe so.
Yes. And after e takes f5, rook g5. Okay, the pawn on f5 is attacked, and Duda decided to give up on this pawn immediately because, okay, as Dani already pointed out, f6 would result in knight f5, and the pawn can't be protected
Hmm.
on the long run. So yeah, knight f5. You can show it again. So a4 was played in order to, well, I would say pretend an attack on the king because likely that he has not enough time to get forces on the king of black. And now everything happened to become a kind of heavy pieces ending.
Yeah, we just have to add that after a5, knight h4, a takes b6, black is not obliged to take on f3. They can simply protect their rook taken on b6 and
Mm-hmm.
avoiding the backcrack issue. So yeah, as as it was mentioned before, knight f5 leaded to the major, how do we call it, major piece endgame or major piece end middle game?
I mean, in German we call it heavy pieces ending, but maybe it's major in English because in German it would be heavy.
Yeah, and
So I'm not
I
sure.
I think I believe in Russian the same, like
It's
heavy.
also heavy.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So I think I'm not sure if it's heavy or major. I just know there are minor pieces
Hmm.
which are knight and bishops, but
I think minor pieces we can also call as light pieces. Can
yes,
we? It's like they're less heavier than the heavy ones.
it depends on the magnet you put on them. But yes, I mean they are less heavy in terms of units.
Yeah, on depending on the value of the
Yes.
pieces.
Yes.
Like rook dg8. And in this position, I was a bit curious if Radjabov could create any kind of attack. It's like queen f4 was the move, but maybe king b8 wasn't that pointless.
To to basically say that we will not go for the queen trades, but we will go for the attack.
Hmm.
But I'm not sure that you have enough. I mean, like even if I play something like queen e4,
Like most likely
it's
we don't have enough forces. That's correct.
because here after queen e4, likely you should take because if you avoid the queen exchange, okay, you have queen e6 and e5. It's
Hmm.
not so easy. This you can do,
So you
of
can
course.
include
I
a5
want to,
first.
yes, because yes, b5 and then maybe even a6. But a6 is risky because the pawn can be gone. So maybe this is not a good idea.
It might be very, very concrete because after b6 you may consider c4.
Mm-hmm.
Like leaving this path pawn on a6 won't be that pleasant for black. Like besides, despite the fact that there is not a lot of threats on the queen side. So I would rather prefer keeping the pawn on a4 and a5 if I'd be black. So if a5, but seemingly there is nothing else apart from b5.
Yeah, I mean, like you shouldn't even consider anything else. Okay, you can consider like b takes a5, but this is a very risky business, opening up the file, because white will simply double the rooks. For example, like rook a6, I guess.
Hmm.
And then after King b7. It would be interesting if I can play rook a1 and skip, like give up on the pawn on g2. This has to be calculated, but it's not like that white is forced.
Yeah, I would rather prefer rook a2 and
a2 makes more sense.
f3 next move.
Three, and then install my forces towards. But you know, after like rook a2, king b7, and if you now go f3, I go rook a8.
Yeah, that's fair point. And it still remains more or less equal.
Mm. No, I think like objectively there was never any kind of hope for white or for black in this game, so it's quite normal that it ended in a draw. We can see a bit more moves, right, to see how the ending or how the queens were
Hmm.
traded.
Yeah, I think rook g1, queen f4 was played instead of any attempt keeping the queens on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Queen takes f4. I mean, somehow we destroyed our own pawn structure, taking on f4 with a pawn. Maybe there have been a little bit better version of trading the queens. So queen f4 might be a normal move, but I would rather opt for something else. I mean, just to keep the queens on the board. Queen takes, pawn takes, rook e1, just taking the control over the open file. Rook e5, d4, rook e8. Like maybe like Radjabov's intention to trade the queens was,
To play on the weak white's king
yeah,
in
yeah.
terms of activity.
Hmm.
And it's hard to get the king out in a way because you can never trade on e8 without losing the control of the e
Hmm.
file.
So it's a kind of an unpleasant tension on the e file because white's king cannot really like activate quickly. Then after rook e8, g3 was played, and Radjabov decided to give up the tension. But well, I was a bit curious about f3, but probably f3 is not a good idea because of rook e3, and then this f3 pawn becomes uh, a clear objective because we have
Mm,
to take, and then rook f1, or
wait, if I
maybe,
play rook e8, that could be a
well,
bit risky.
yeah, that turns,
I would not to be a good solution for
yeah,
white.
definitely. So, but f3, but then what?
g4, and then
Okay,
h3, king h2. Maybe not, maybe first we start with h3, that is wiser.
because of rook e1, correct.
Yeah, so h3 you have to play h5 if you want
Hmm.
something, and now g4 is maybe different because I just give up the pawn.
Hmm.
If you want something, you have to take on e1.
Besides, I have h4,
Ah,
which kind
it's
of
not so.
could be interesting as well. So all the time I'm a little bit puzzled why Rajabov refuses to keep the tension on the board. He's not in such a, I
I
would
have an
say,
idea why.
mhm.
If you play f3, maybe I can start with rook gf1,
Oh, that's wise, yeah.
and then there's rook e3. And this could turn out to claim that f3 is a weakness.
Yeah, so my critic of Rajabov was a bit premature, so Elizabeth responded in a very correct way. Show me like the exact line where I've been
Now, what we've
proving me
seen
wrong.
first, yes, for the first the first glance, like what we had with rook e3 was of course for white quite dangerous. But if he start prophylax, it's
Hmm.
always about prophylax. First rook of one with the same idea, I think. Then maybe white has some chances.
Yeah, somehow it still remains very. I can't like not maybe. It's clear that white is out of the danger, but maybe black is not doing that bad. Like this position may occur, but it will be a
Mm-hmm.
little bit difficult for black to progress with that kind of pawn structure on the queen side because like the extra pawn doesn't feel to be an like an additional asset.
Yeah.
So maybe rook takes e1, rook takes, f takes g3, h takes g3, king d7. So white has a weakness on a4, black has a weakness on h6, and it
Mm-hmm.
might be in like absolutely equal in endgame. Rook h1, take, c5. So probably the issue with rook a3 was like
Rook
the rook
f6.
f6 refutation, and if king e7, white is just in time to
Play
protect the
rook
pawn
f5.
and maybe slightly push, but still it should be a draw.
Mm-hmm. But there's no need to even allow that.
No
Like,
necessity at all.
mm-hmm.
So they just, I think they just swapped all the pawns off the board, and that's a dead draw. And players agreed on draw. Pretty equal game.
Yeah, I
Maybe
agree.
maybe we missed something behind the curtains, but in such level of density, of such level of like quality of chess, it's very hard to like to admit a clear mistake or at least inaccuracy on the first sight.
Yeah. So maybe we can have a last look at the Rapport's game with Nakamura because it finished in a very quick manner
Hmm.
after we left it before we go to
The last
our
remaining game.
favorite rook ending.
Well, uh, yeah, we're taking a look on Rapport against Nakamura.
Quickly to see what happened after we left it. It was around here.
Hmm. King e5, knight d5. So we claimed that it should be an easy draw for black as a side who is a pawn down.
So yes, rook c3 was what we expected.
Mm, or rook d2. I mean, like this is the same. I think rook d2, knight d4 was also our one of our thoughts.
Expectation,
Yeah.
yes. And now it seems like that they trade a lot of pawns, right?
Oh, sorry. How it
Mm.
so turned out so fast. King g2, king e96. Sorry, no c4.
Mm-hmm.
Um, c4 was played instead of f3. And I'm trying to get the point of c4, but it's a very tricky tactical idea. Probably the direct threat is to play rook f3. So
Mm-hmm.
now we protect the knight on d5, and if we make such kind of a slow move like rook c1, we play rook f3, and you can take on e4 because of rook e3 check, and then we're winning a knight on e6. So Rapport remains a very tricky player even in such kind of endgames. But after c4, um, Nakamura opted for a much clever solution. Rook e1. I think the purpose of rook e1 is to provoke white to play
Force
f3 or
three, but
such
then
kind of
there's rook
move.
e2
Rook e2.
check, and the game would maybe even go in the wrong
Yeah,
direction.
it will be definitely the tables turned. So rook e3 was the move.
And now f takes e3 is also important to keep the like central squares
Mhm.
under control. And I think after the exchange of the rooks, then all the pawns went off quite quickly. This 95,
Mhm.
then
Yeah,
knight 6, king g4, and yeah.
that's modern chess. Entertaining games can quickly become very boring.
So yes. So
And
now actually, yeah, there's not much to say, but all the pawns will swap off the board.
yeah.
So we finally can move to the last remaining game,
Hmm.
and you will be surprised. It's quite thematic
Hmm.
because we have 4 against 3, and usually I know it exactly in a different kind of structure. Actually, like Caruana played it better because he managed to have the C pawn remaining over the A pawn, which is of course better in terms of distance towards Black's king.
Hmm. So after rook b4, I think that was the position you came up with a brilliant idea to play rook b1,
Mm-hmm.
king f8, rook b4. Uh, Probably this position occurs just by force. King f1,
Mm-hmm.
c2.
You have to take
Yeah, we have
because
to
rook
take.
a4. Yes,
Rook
rook
takes,
a4.
rook b2. Oh, I'll have to switch off the update of moves to show you
Mm-hmm.
how the position on the board occurred. King e2, and Caruana managed to trade the c pawn for an h pawn, which kinda
Mm-hmm.
leaves his pawn structure being like solid. Rook b8, rook c7, rook h8, and yeah, once again, it's much better to give up the pawn on h7 than on g7 because giving up the pawn on g7 will leave you with like two, how would you say, like pawn islands?
Islands.
Yeah, pawn
Yeah.
islands. I've been taught the same. That's sometimes it's great to understand that the methods of like of teaching chess, of learning chess coincide between, I mean, in different countries and different cultures. So king e7, rook h7, g6. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
so it's unavoidable that black will grab the pawn on c5. h4, rook c5, rook h8. Mm, well, it's not a lot to say about.
Material left.
Yeah, and not a lot
But
material left.
actually, I was wondering if you go two moves back, the moment I play g6, right? I mean, shouldn't I play here the move g4 in order to avoid more of pawn trades? And then if you take on c5, I play h4 and try to get the pass pawn without trading another extra pawn.
Hmm.
Because that's what you usually do when you play 4 against 3. Usually we know it with absolutely the opposite
Yeah,
construction, that there is h, g, and f pawn against h, g, f, and e pawn. But it's more or less similar. Here, at least, I can try to get rid of more pawns quicker in a way.
fair point. So that's the rule that in the such kind of endgames, the weaker side tries to exchange as many pawns as they can.
Again, yes.
And after h4, probably there has been something that Ding Liren didn't like on spot, maybe king of fate, trying
I
to
can.
get rid of the rook.
Yes, rook h8 check should be played, otherwise your rook would be a bit stuck.
Hmm.
King g7,
But then
rook, let's say,
still all of the
to.
pawns remain on the board, so it's not
Yes,
that
it
clear.
would give. Okay, likely these guys know these kind of positions by heart, and now it's not a big achievement. But usually, like when you play 4 against 3, and you can create a pass pawn without changing any additional pawns, it's good. But here the pass pawn is the
Hmm.
edge pawn, which is not so nice as if it was a central pawn.
Yeah, that's correct.
Maybe in this case it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it narrows the winning chances, but
Mm.
still they are. The extra pawn is an extra pawn. So regarding the plan of the how to defend this position, well, it all depends on how white will progress.
But maybe here we can at some point play f5, even here in this position.
But I'm not sure if we need to because I was a little bit afraid of g5 or maybe making a check first.
Yes, and it's not a mate yet after king h6.
It's not a mate yet, indeed, but this is somewhat I would like to.
It's not what you should do,
No,
like
no,
when you're
definitely no.
hoping for a draw. It's not the psychologically easiest way to go. I agree with you on that.
Yeah, I think f5 is too radical approach.
Mm. But okay, I mean, for some reason, Ding didn't even bother about that, and he took on h7 immediately. So, likely he understands that he will not win it. That could also be the
Hmm?
reason. Because here after f5, I don't. I mean, I think even the chances are even lower now because
Because if you want to progress, you will need to trade one of your pawns. But
you
g4
have to go
inclusion at
g4.
least it
Could
made.
have been practically a better try.
Hmm? Yeah, I
Could have
agree.
been practically a better try to play g4 here. Unless you played g5. Hang on. Maybe you played g5.
No, but then
Maybe.
it's not that obvious because of rook h5 at least.
Yes, and then if you take on c5, there's h4
Also,
perhaps.
I can pretend to be very clever and start with h4, and after
Mhm.
g takes h4, pretend that I had a mostly playing rook h5, and then I put my king to h3. But maybe that's too smart. You can try something else.
Yes.
No, but probably it's a winning position for white because of like two
Mhm.
weaknesses, the rule of two weaknesses.
Yes, but we can agree on that g4, maybe from the practical point of view, could
Yeah,
have been a
yeah,
better
fair
try.
point, fair point. I
G4.
do agree with you.
Mm.
Like yeah, once again, like g4, rook c5, h4, and then at least we prevented f7, f5, and hmm,
It would give. Okay, I still think that the position is deadly draw if you know some of
mhm.
the defending skills, and I bet that Caruana will not have a problem to prove that. But yes, I just speak about the practical
Yeah,
chance, and I see a better practical
maybe I've
chance.
got the point. Maybe he was a little bit afraid of rook c8,
Ah,
not being able
and
to
if
rescue the
h5,
rook. If
you go king f6,
I
and I still
think
have to trade.
yes.
And then you still have to trade with h takes g6, and actually also like it's 3 against 2, which is narrowing the chance.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay, this could be.
Well, most likely there is no difference at all. Like
Yes, it's not much of a difference, but here I wonder how he wants to
to
get
progress.
g4 on the board. I don't even see a way to progress here.
Yeah, yeah. So he just keeps the rook on the fourth rank, probably. Yeah, let's suggest rook a4.
Rook d7, rook d4 can be a try.
Hmm. That's the only way to progress. Like, oh, oh,
But wait, I can play king e5, no?
here.
Yeah.
Funny enough.
And they like, good luck.
No, but like, are you sure? Because of rook d4, of course, I can propose a line which probably loses for white, but I'm just very curious. Like
Mm,
that.
actually, I think we are losing with black, so it doesn't stop rook d4.
So
I,
white is faster. We claim that white is faster.
it looks like it. Okay, let's imagine
No, but then like,
but but let's say like before you play rook d4, if I now play rook a8. No, you play rook d7, I play rook a8.
but then if I play g4,
Rook h8 was my plan.
wow.
You have to play if you want something g5 and rook g7, right?
Yeah, no, but I can be very, very tricky. I can try this move. Then you have f4, probably the only one.
Yes, this of course I better calculate in a wise way,
Yeah, 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 that's true.
not to happen to be made at the end.
Yeah, probably if hole is somehow holding,
Yeah, so
somehow
maybe this is
holds.
the move which is not to be
But I can
considered.
play rook g3, keeping the threat of rook g7. Probably it's not a good idea for black. So,
Yes, that was a risky approach. So you're right. Well, maybe I should just keep the rook on the second rank then. After rook d4, I wait
mhm,
one move. You play rook d4, and I will play rook b2.
mhm.
I mean, not even king e5. Skip king e5.
Okay,
Just play rook b4, rook d4, and now king rook b2, and you play g4.
yeah. I mean, that's the only way how to progress with white. Otherwise, it's just a dead draw.
But now, question number one. Maybe wait. I will play rook b1, not rook b2, rook b1. You play g4, And I played g5.
Yeah, according to the rule to trade as many pawns as we can, it's absolutely correct.
And in case of h5, which is the only way to stop the trade, rook h1 could be good. It's risky after king g2, but like after king g2 in the worst case,
No, no, you can retreat. There is no risk at all. I think it's actually a smart idea. Maybe I can try out something else, but not much. I saw they can take on f5, but you can take with the pawn.
yeah.
I mean, as well as with the king. So there is approximately zero chance for white. And I'm very curious what is the position on the board. So no, still the pawn is on g3. I won't expect Caruana spending a lot of time figuring out what would be his method of protecting the rook endgame being a pawn down.
I mean, we have a lot of candidate moves here. We have even the move e5 is very interesting.
Well, like in the rook endgames being a pawn down, you would rather uh, c- consider
Yes,
a less interesting move than interesting.
but look, the idea is very logical. If you allow me e4 and rook c2, I mean, after e4, if you have to go the king to g2 or to
Mhm.
e2, I don't see any chances because you have to trade a lot of pawns to proceed.
But e4 may create an additional weakness. Let's say I play rook a7, you give me a check. No,
Hmm.
but if you give me a check, I have king f4, and it's not that
No, I
clear.
go rook c2 first. So, I
Yeah.
mean, the threat is stronger than the execution. So,
Okay.
let's say rook
Yeah,
c2.
I allow you e4. I mean, I'll be a gentleman.
Thank you.
It's a very rare moment of me being a gentleman. Just just pointed out. Rook a7, rook c2. I just shuffled rook b7, e4.
Hmm.
I will not be too much gentleman playing king f4. I play king g2.
And now I will wait on the second rank.
Mhm. So you play rook a2, and I saw that in this type of positions, I like g3, g4 breakthrough, like
I
kind of be a little bit annoying for black.
Okay, first of all, you have to calculate f4 and e3.
Fair point. So we are more or less obliged to take e3. Maybe
e3,
I should.
give a check. Okay, give a check.
No, 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 no. I've got another idea. Just give me a
You-
second. Because, all the time I'm trying to find a mating net. Maybe I can try with g5 first, if it has any kind of sense. I was super curious. No, but maybe g5 is not necessary. I can start with king f3.
Okay, honestly speaking, like Danny, I would never play like this. It's
Yeah,
just
yeah, yeah,
fun
I
to
know.
analyze it in a commentary because it's not my game, so it's a good try to check it out.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it just looks very entertaining.
Yeah, even like a rook ending, which appears to be very boring, can be very dynamic and tactical.
At least in analysis. But yeah, I think like the best advice for black is to push less and just to shuffle the rook on the fourth ring. I mean, usually in drawish positions, you should wait for your opponent to at least show you one plan to how he gonna progress, and then just react appropriately. And
So rook d7 was actually played, so rook d4 is a plan.
Mhm,
And we said that after rook d7, g5 is one option in order to trade.
mhm.
Oh no, we said actually not g5 here, we said like rook a2 first and then g5, or after
No, but you
g4,
know what?
g5.
But what was wrong with G5? I think G5 is actually a great idea because we don't have like if we've played Rook G5 there, we've got Rook H6. Now when the Rook is on D7, we can trade one pair of pawns because
And
H5.
h5 is rubbish, I think I can even play
Yeah,
g4 and
yeah,
then I take the pawn at some point. It's no
yeah.
chance.
There is zero risk for black, so now it's a dead draw.
So he has to take on g5. I mean, like he can play rook h7,
Hmm.
but then I can play king g6, and we play around until like you
Hmm.
give me the h pawn.
Hmm.
So he has to take, but then actually, okay, what we are discussing
Probably g5 is the simplest way to make a draw.
to make it wrong. Yes.
Once again, if g5, maybe we miss something, but not really. Like if rook d4, obviously we don't have to trade. We
No,
don't
then
need
I
to
have to
trade it.
play rook
We,
somewhere.
we just play like rook a2, almost forcing to take on g5, and then we have 3 on 2 with like
A
zero
question:
chance.
in case like I do nothing, you play king g2 here, right?
Like, what do we
Can I
do?
play g4 and claim that this is even a draw?
I think it is a draw, but obviously there is no, it's not necessary, but I think it's still a draw.
Yeah,
Because
because
like
okay, the
f2 pawn
king
is too
never
weak.
gets out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you never do something about the h pawn,
Hmm.
and you won't get rook d1 in the game. And
Act
even then,
Actually, g4 could be the easiest way to make a draw because we fixed the pawn on f2.
yes, that's what I meant. So and also like I wasn't even like concerned about the f pawn. I was just thinking like, okay, the king on g2 will never see daylight
Yeah.
again. And that could be crucial when you have only two big pieces left on the board.
Yeah, correct. While the things are getting even more boring, we can we can discuss other topics
Other topics.
apart from chess.
Mm, okay, if you had, oh, it's coming interesting. If you had like one female chess player to choose, with whom you would go for dinner, I just mean about conversation. Like the most interesting character for you, with whom you would go for dinner for having like a very interesting conversation.
Well, I hope my girlfriend won't kill me.
No, it's not about. It's not related to that. I mean, like I ask you the same question about
No,
dinner. Let's say, let's
in terms of human beings, I think well, there is a lot of uh, like talented.
let's say the candidates among women, and you had to take one of
Mm,
them to take a conversation with for dinner. Whom would you take? And you know the participants, I guess, right? Or shall I remind you?
no, yeah, just give me a second. I have to think
It's
because yeah, I would like to go for the dinner with the person who can like share. Yeah, by the way, G5 is played. Who
who
who can
can
make
like
who
with
can,
whom you can discuss politics and interesting
yeah,
topics and
like arts,
geography.
politics, and very different topics apart from chess because like I think this is the very common problem like with like
Mm.
chess pairs for
Yes, and
girls and
now
boys
like
when
choose
they can easily be bored with each other like only talking chess. So
so choose someone of the candidates.
phew.
I can tell you who's in the pipeline. It's Gayashkina, it's Lakno, it's Bofmutsushuks, it's Lei Tingjin, it's Tan Zhongqi,
Mhm.
it's Konaru.
Yeah, the problem that I don't know them like very very
Personally,
very very good, but I do believe all of them are quite interested and intelligent. I think Alexandra Kostyuk might be a very very smart person.
yes, probably like because you get this was the one I forgot to mention because I was wondering who was number 8. Yes, but actually, like I would choose her from all the girls. I would choose her. Surely, actually, probably I would choose Kostanyu clearly by first because I think she's the most, let's say, one with a life experience and with interesting views on life.
Yeah, and well, I'm not that familiar with the lifestyles of other participants, but I believe all of them are quite interesting as a person, not only as chess players.
Okay, let's say another question from these 8 candidates among women. What do you think if you play a match with them? Who is the one likely to beat you in a match of 10 games?
Well, like rating wise, probably it would be Gerechkina.
Yes, rating wise, yes, but I just think by style because Kayashkin has absolutely the same style like you.
Really, you think so?
As you said, like you're very technical and positional,
No, no,
and
no. I
Kayashkin
pretend to
is
be very technical, but I think if you like take a look at my recent games, you would be very, very entertained, to say the least. I had a bunch of very like double-edged games. I think I played quite an interesting games recently. Well, but I mean, like, I think Canero would be a very dangerous opponent because, like, she used to have like over 2600 rating,
Mm-hmm.
maybe several years ago. And obviously, like, if I would play Yuffa, I would never consider myself as a favorite.
Yes, yes, this is true. But like if I had to choose someone from the strong girls, let's say we have who you find I skip because it's pointless. If I have to choose between Konoru, Maria Mutsushuk, Gostenyuk, let's say in these three participants in the match, who would you think I would choose where I think I have the best chances?
The best chances.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, Maria Muzachuk, Conero, and Kostyniuk.
Yes.
Well, according to your style of play, as I know, probably I guess I wonder you would pick Maria to
I
play.
don't know. Maria would pick the least because actually I have very bad results against him and she's dynamic. I would pick clearly Gonoru. Clearly. She's the strongest by understanding,
Hmm.
but she's the weakest in terms of dynamics. And this would tell me from those three.
Wow, that's a
And this
very
would
very rare case for an Indian player, I think.
She's very strong in understanding, but if you attack her, this is her weakest part, complications. She loves easy positions, but complications she doesn't like. And since I like it, like she would be the one where I think I have the best chances. In a way, because like if you pick someone who is the same style like you, but somehow stronger in the style because of like mental superiority and
Hmm.
you consider Alexandra and Maria
Yeah,
the
yeah. So
stronger
you will be
people
just
by mental strength, I would pick Conor.
so you could be easily, well, not easily, but it's very difficult to play against the player with the same style of play, but a little bit stronger, because it
Yes,
it
it's harder.
he dominates you like in every aspect of the game.
Yeah.
That's
And
that
okay,
that's
against
for sure.
Conor, I also won in some. I mean, I lost to her and I won to her, but I know that if I get my style of position, I know which position or structures she doesn't like. I see the best chances in this case.
Hmm.
But of course, it's like a different kind of let's say attitude or like approach. But I would choose the one who is the weakest in the field where I consider myself the strongest.
Hmm. And now we can choose another topic to speak about. Me remembering you being keen on the classical music. Like, I think it would be quite exciting if you'd share your opinion and your taste of classical music, like to pick top five your favorite composers.
Okay, good question. For sure, composers. If I had to listen to classical music, I would. This is difficult, of
Well, I
course.
you may include some performers, like some modern performers.
I would know. I mean, from the old guys, I would surely have Beethoven number one because the Moonshine Sonate is just thrilling.
Ah, you mean the
That's
the Moonlight Sonata?
Yeah, it's a moonlight sonata. Like we
Yeah,
call
yeah,
it in German like moonshine. That's why it can be
yeah,
that the
yeah.
moonlight sonata. But yes, this is clearly is Beethoven as the first one to come, and then second maybe even Chopin
Hmm.
over
Yeah.
Mozart. Mozart was a little bit too cheerful for my taste, not
Right, right.
dramatic
Too,
enough.
too, too optimistic. Yeah, I would say the same.
Not
Yeah.
dramatic
And
enough.
yeah, in this question, I think our tastes coincides
Yeah.
because I do like Chopin as well. It's probably my favorite composer. And in 2019, I finally went to Chopin Museum in Warsaw and to the church. I don't remember the exact name of the church, but the heart of famous Polish composer rests here. Like it's uh, it's literally in the tomb, but it's in the church. And despite the fact he's been living in France more than in Poland, like for all his entire life. Before his death, he died pretty being quite young in
They all
age
died
39.
actually quite young. They all like just didn't hardly pass 50, no, from the
Yeah, I
composers.
think only Beethoven was one of the at least composers we mentioned before who managed to live till 57. So he was born in 1717, died in 1827. Yeah, Chopin only lived for 39. Mozart lived for, I think, 30 something.
Did they all die on diseases like this kind of
Yeah, well, I think
epidemics? I
there.
don't remember. Not all of this. I mean, like it's been a long time ago in school when I learned. I mean, on what they died, but usually it was this kind of typical disease you had at this time, like typhus or
Yeah,
like Paehtz or
tuberculosis. It can be
Ebola or
anything. Yeah,
tuberculosis, like something like that.
yeah.
Mm.
So it's clearly Chopin and Beethoven, and like whom just name three random composers. Probably
Yeah,
Debussy or someone like him will like definitely suits the taste. Like,
yeah. No, Debussy, I'm not so much familiar with to be honest. But okay, I also played a little bit the piano, not of course on your level, but all I learned was then pieces from Beethoven and Mozart. So,
well, but it's not
and I didn't
it's
play
not
them
bad at
well.
all. I think I've never
Yes.
played Mozart while I was studying in the music school because
Oh,
I asked my professor not giving me
Mozart?
Mozart.
But okay, the Turkish March, come on, that's fun. It's a
Well,
fun
that's fun
piece.
indeed, yeah. But probably
That's, I
that's
mean,
and
the only
Symphony
one.
number 40, G minor. It's
Yes.
also fun.
Yes, but I mean, like the only piece from Mozart which I even learned by myself without a teacher, I tried as far as I could get, and as much patience I had was the Turkish March, and I got quite far. Not good, of course, in the quality, but I could go quite far. But I
Mhm.
never managed to complete the piece. But yeah, so far so good. We are actually approaching towards.
Another time control.
Well, it's not about the time control. I think these people here, I mean, the players, they kind of know what they will do. Is there any danger I have if I just, let's say, keep my rook on a5 and look at you?
I think, uh, yeah, let's figure it out. I mean, even such technical endgames could be interesting.
So, okay, rook f1 check seems to be appropriate, but it's not needed, of
Like,
course.
yeah, but like, can White um, avoid the checks? Okay, they just go King E3,
King e7.
King.
I wait. I will not allow you king d4 ever unless you force me to allow you that, but then the f pawn will be gone.
Yeah. Still, I can play King D4, but well, as you just mentioned, it's not. Well, it's the way how to try, but I mean, nothing would really affect the evaluation. So Rook F1, King E3, King E7 is your.
Easiest task, yeah.
Mhm.
So I mean, like I just not move that guy on f1 unless you give me a good reason why I should.
That's correct. But if I give you a check and just try to define your king,
Actually, this could be annoying. If I play king d6,
like how risky it can be, I think it's not a good idea at all.
you mean king c6, rook
Yeah, I
e7?
think so. I'm just kicking out the king and
Yeah, okay, maybe this was too
yeah,
optimistic.
and I'm like piranha.
Okay, then I will play king e8.
But this is somewhat I would rather expect Caruana not willing to receive on the board.
Mm-hmm.
It's like king being cut off.
Yes, but I mean, how you can
Like how you
prevent
progress?
the.
That's a question.
Yes, this is the one question. The second question is how you prevent me from taking the king off the shore.
Uh-huh. Probably, you know what I
Not.
if I put my rook on h7, then you go king f8, you just shuffle.
Hmm. And I will shuffle until you go king d4 and king e5.
Hmm. Yeah, it's not easy to understand how we progress either.
And the funny part is like, let's say if you shuffle, for example, like okay, let's say with a king to d, like king e8, king d4, or whatever, doesn't matter. I take on a.
Hmm?
Yes, I shuffle king d4. I take on f4. You play king e5. I go rook g4, and then after you take on e6, I will give you a nasty check on the six. Ah no, wait,
Oh,
I
you
have
can
to
simply
be.
take, yeah.
No, here I can't. You have to play rook h6 or something if you want that guy for free. But now I can play king f7. It's not so easy even to get that pawn.
Yeah, well, we still take that pawn, but then we play king f7,
Hmm.
and like okay, it's zero chance for many reasons.
Okay, he gave a check on a3, which is likely to be easier because after king g4, maybe I will go rook a4. No, I give a check, king g4, and rook a4. Or you play e5 now.
I think e5 is the only opportunity to. Ah, no, but then you just retreat to
Yes, I
a1
wanted to go this.
because after rook b7 we can also go king g6 and
And you don't. Well, you have no rook e7.
no, no, pardon me, rook e7 is winning. No, it's my fault. So it's still not that easy after e5. Like
Okay, if
I'm
I go rook,
like I'm a bit
rook
puzzled.
a1.
How do we protect? How do we defend?
Okay, rook a1,
Then check.
king e8.
No, but then I think it's lost. No,
I because yes, you see, like I'm very good in losing that.
I think we are all good in losing that because this is a position you
Actually, like he
don't
played a
like.
very
Don't
smart.
despite the fact it's absolutely draws, you never like to like receive on the board.
Actually, I think Caruana made a very smart move. He didn't play rook a4. He played rook a1
Hmm? But then,
instead of rook a4. No, he
okay.
played a check, king g4,
Hmm.
and rook a1. Because now there's no time for e5 because you will give plenty of checks.
And probably the point of rook a1 is that after rook b7 we go king g6 at once,
Hmm.
and then rook e7 doesn't work because of king f6
Or even check on g1 first.
or check on g1 first. So it's difficult.
Hmm.
It's impossible to progress.
Yes, I'm kind of convinced he will not miss the point.
Like Caruana might be firstly afraid of the not of the result, but all of the like mess in the media. If he manages to lose this kind of, it will be just a very shameful day for such kind of a player.
Well, I can tell you some funny story when actually Anna Ushenina, she won the world championship. I think it was 2012.
Yeah.
And a year later in the Grand Prix, she had knight and bishop
Yes, yes, that's
against
famous. I think it's Peter
Olga
Olga.
Igiria. I mean, and I felt so sorry for her because somehow she didn't manage to win.
Hmm.
And it was in the news that actually, like, the world champion couldn't mate with bishop and
Hmm.
knight. But you know that to her defense, this like ending appeared in the World Championship, also KO in 2015,
Hmm.
and Harika and Stefanova had to prove it, and they needed like 46 or 47 moves to do that, which was also like
Yeah, like,
Very close, very, very close to be drawn.
well, but what is all about? About the nerves or about the certain knowledge of technical position? How do you think?
Actually, it's technical. I mean, like I know the W even when I'm blindfold. I mean, the W
Yeah, yeah, fair
I mean, the
point.
mechanism. I mean, I don't know the mechanism of getting the king into one corner, but this you always manage. But once the king is on the corner, I know exactly,
Yeah.
like with 40 fever, how to build the W
Hmm.
mechanism.
Yeah, W in this case may be considered as a win as well. And that's why, yeah.
There are some techniques, but if you know the W, it doesn't even matter if you got him in the wrong corner.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
quite easy then.
I think only once I had to prove my like basic knowledge of mating was in that particular Gibraltar where I think we encountered. And
Mm-hmm.
I played against David Navarre, and he's been checking me, but not for a long time. When I've quitted his king from the wrong angle, he resigned. So he didn't wait for me to checkmate him.
Yes, okay, but anyway, like once you get him into the corner and you indicate the W,
Hmm.
yeah. But okay, I would play it till. I mean, I played it against Fun. I mean, I was the defending side. Okay, there's nothing to defend, but she was quite convincing. Yeah.
And so what? Uh,
No, no, nothing. It's just that she was quite convincing in terms of.
no, no, I mean like
That's what I was expecting, you know.
yeah, yeah, I got it. I mean, like considering the current game between Ding and Caruana, we've got actually uh, so the position on the board. So Caruana
Yes,
made
it's dead.
a very precise check on f1 in order. I mean, like the last idea, like last remaining white idea was to provoke black to take on f1, f5 at once, and then after king
Hmm.
f5, still some technique to be shown. But then king rook f1 in that case was very very wise decision because now uh, white skin is
We
kind
take.
of
And if
exposed.
you want
Of,
something, this is hopeless. I mean, like to win Rook f7 check and Rook takes f5.
mhm,
But even that is hopeless because likely you can even take on f5 the Rook, no?
mhm. Yeah, so the players finally
Agreed.
eventually agreed on draw, and uh, I think we have even easier day on the commentary
Yes,
booth.
this was quite unexpected.
Yeah,
It
so
was quite fast. But that's a good thing about strong players. They're very good technicians, so they know how to facilitate the position quickly and to reach a safe hayport of
yeah, so
draw.
it's already in a drawish position. It won't be ever a game of ups and downs. So they will just lead to the most logical result. And we've kind of so it's been a great day because we didn't see all four draws. We saw Nepomniachtchi having a decisive game against Alireza Firouzja. Unfortunately for Alireza, he didn't came up with the sufficient counterplay on the queen side, and the game finished in a very convincing with a very convincing victory of Jan Nepomniachtchi. And the other games ended in a draw,
In a draw.
and we've got three draws and one victory, and I think it's pretty much over for today.
Yes. So we will be back tomorrow, and it will be my last time for a while.
Yeah, that's a pity because it's been a pleasure
But I come
sharing.
back one more
Yeah, so
time.
I'll be waiting for the day. It would be
So
great.
yes. So tomorrow is my last time for well, at least a week of break. What to do? What to say about the standings? Nepomniachtchi is leading clearly. Okay, not clearly, but he is the one with +2. Caruana is in his back with +1, and the others need to prove to come up with some points. That makes, of course, Nepomniachtchi having a very nice situation for the first quarter of the event.
Hmm.
And tomorrow we will see what's going to happen.
See you tomorrow, 3 p.m. Madrid time, round 5 FIDE candidates. Stay tuned.